Oh yeah. Mute. There we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, my audio is, there we go. Hi, my audio is, there we go. Hi, my audio is, there we go. Okay, I saw it. I was like panicking because the audio was looping. There we go. Okay, sorry about that. Let's go to you. Alright. How are you doing? How are you doing, everyone? Doing good? Doing good, Gucci? Also, thank you for coming early, so pretty early, but a couple hours ago. Yeah, about the virginites and stuff. I fixed it! I fixed the emoji to be a Vietnamese emoji, yeah. It's funny because I didn't realize the Vietnamese emoji and Virgin Island emoji on Windows. They have almost a very similar application. Regardless, I hope you guys are enjoying the day because oh boy, today we're gonna have a really fun stream. I hope you guys are ready for this. I'm here with a special guest indeed. I'm gonna finish my energy stream setup real quick and here, close this. Alright, that's good. I have to set things up on my OBS. I'll save this. I have to set my Vtuber friend up. Anyway. Alright. Oh yeah, I forgot to start this. There we go. Yeah. I forgot to start the tradition thingy. And, I will be switching to this screen real quick so that I can set this up. Put the image of a friend over here. That's fashion. Oh, now she's very big. I'm just gonna put other side here and flip her so that she looks to the screen. And then we put her right below my avatar. Boom. Alright. And I'm gonna move myself a bit on the right. Right. Because we're here for this historical upstream, I cannot wait. I prepared like a lot for today's stream. Like I was like preparing for like since last week. And yeah, it's been like going on for a while. But then I like forgot about it, and then I'm like busy for other stuff, like editing other videos, on the shot, doing other stream. And then I got a flu, so we have to cancel that for like a week. We have to like delay that for a week. So yeah, has been fun, but today I'm kinda ready for this. So, hey there, thanks for coming, Maud. How's your day been going? Personally, I would lie to you if I'm saying like I'm doing good right now. Hold on. Where'd I put this? Right. Okay. Okay. Good evening, laddies, lasses, and lassos. It's your girl Ashley. I'm watching a stream made by Rabbit, and today, hold on, let me change the thing real quick. Okay, today I'm here with my special guest, Hana, a fellow history visitor, and we'll be discussing about history about our own country. Actually, we don't have a plan for this stream, but just be me streaming about my history, because there wouldn't be any lengths left for Hannah to do their own history. And Hannah, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. Hello, chat. My name is Hana, Dragon Girl at your service. And yes, I am a history teacher by profession. And in this case, I'm actually looking forward to being the student, because Vietnamese history is not exactly taught where I live. So I know very little, and I want to know more.
Oh yeah, so Hannah is actually a history teacher. Unlike me, I'm a fraud. So she knows what she's talking about. I don't even study history. I just history is just my interest, and I just learn it by playing like video games and researching about it and watching YouTube videos. So I'm not an expert. Just to say that I'm not an expert, just a history buff, so there could be potential details that I could get wrong and stuff.
I mean, it's not like I am all-knowing either, to be fair, but the most important thing is that you have interest, that you like the subject, and so long as you understand that sources may not necessarily be the best, depending on the event, and that there can be many interpretations or even of same events, then yeah, you're good to go, so long as you're willing to learn. So also, I'm really big. I'm surprised you made me this big, but it looks like I'm hiding behind you.
Yeah, kind of. I need to like move my avatar a bit more.
No, it's fine, don't worry about it. I just found it funny. Why would the dragon girl be hiding behind the bunny girl, you know?
Because it feels funny, and you should fear me.
Oh no, my prey is so fierce. What will I do, Chad?
You have, like the bunny in Bunty by the Holy Grail.
Yep.
It's been
Anyway,
okay.
Chad, how are you? Are you looking forward to this? Are you looking forward to learning more Vietnamese history?
Yeah. It's been so okay, so I suppose. I cannot really say the same for me today. My grandpa just died yesterday, and you guys saw my tweet. Uh, I mean, I could still do the stream now. Try to forget about it, I suppose. Tomorrow I have to prepare stuff for the funeral, so I'll be like away for a while. I'll see if I can stream tomorrow. I'll let you guys know.
Wait, I didn't know this. Why didn't you tell me anything? I only just realized it. I'm so sorry. My condolences.
So it's more like a personal stuff, but yeah, I cannot really hide it. I did tweet about it though.
Yeah, I'm not that much on Twitter. If I check Twitter, I check very, very briefly. So, yeah. Again, my condolences. I hope you're able to remember him. And and honor his memory.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I should be by his side a bit more, now that he's away, now that he's gone. Yeah, I don't want to feel sad about today's stream. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if you want to go, like, you really should have told me. If I had thought about it, I would have told you to just go. But listen, if you want to do the stream, like, I'm fine with it. That can also help. Maybe. I guess it depends on the person. Sometimes you just need to bury yourself in doing something else.
Yeah. I try to forget about it, okay? Tomorrow I'll deal with it.
No worries.
I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it.
It just happened so suddenly though. Because I was having dinner with him yesterday, and he was doing fine. But then yesterday night he was having troubles breathing, and it was too late for him. So it was so sudden.
Yeah.
He was doing fine. I'm really shocked about what happened. He was doing fine a couple of hours ago. What? I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Just take a moment, yeah, I'm fine with waiting. So, hugs. I wish I could hug you, but internet hugs will have to do.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's just move on, I guess. So, Vietnamese history is really extended, so there's a limited topics that we can cover about Vietnamese history today. And yeah, so I guess I'm just gonna go into the stuff that is more relevant, and obviously I don't have the memory to showcase to you that I remember all about history from A to C, every single details of it. So we're just gonna cover the essential part of it. Thank you guys.
Don't worry.
Thank you for giving me internet hugs. I wish I can hug your bike. And yesterday, a lot of people came for when he passed away, and we're hugging each other and stuff. And yeah, there was a sudden moment of grief, and the hearse came and took him away 30 minutes later. I wish I could tell you guys about the details, but I'll spare you guys the details. Okay, so
Yeah, let's focus on the talk show. Let's go.
yeah. So yeah. Sorry, I feel a bit. I feel a bit.
Don't worry about it. Just take your time.
So yeah, first, I feel so first to start with history talk show today. We have to look at Vietnamese geography first because oftentimes geography tells a lot about history and vice versa. So here is Vietnamese geography. First, where are we? So about Vietnamese geography. If you can see it right here. Actually, I cannot really scale the image. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, you know the shape. Actually, I could just go to over here and then show you guys the image from Google Images. Yeah, basically, Vietnamese country. Vietnamese is a country in Southeast Asia that has like a that is like shaped like an S. It's like a infamous terms about our country. It's like a country that's shaped like an S. As you can say, very long coastline. So there's like a lot of beaches in Vietnam. beach, not beaches. I'm sorry. My pronunciation's amazing. And then like mostly a tropical region, and there's like a lot of jungles and baobabs and stuff. In some areas are also really hilly, and there's like some mountain range. And basically, geography could be a bit diverse. There could be a bit of diversity in our geography, even though our territory is not really that big, which is really interesting. And there's like a bit of diversity compared to each different region. So for us Vietnamese peoples, we often divide the country into like 3 different parts. First of all, the northern part, which contains Hanoi, which is the capital city. Hey! Thank you, others, for subscribing to my Twitch channel. Hey, thank you so much, Internet Boatman. How you doing? Elders, hey, can you talk about the historical event of the PlayStation 2 release day? That is another kind of work, isn't it? Another kind of work. Oops. I just tripped over my wires. Sorry about that.
Don't worry.
Okay,
Let me also thank you, Arathos, for subscribing. You should subscribe. You should subscribe to the YouTube as well.
You should subscribe to my Twitch channel right now. There we go. I have like a sunbar on my stream for this, just for this. Okay, so oops. There we go. Oh yeah, this is Rambles. By the way, it's in the northern part. Oh yeah, so our country is divided into 3 different parts. The northern part, which contains the capital city, and the middle part, which is like from this here to this here. Actually, can you see like my cursor? I don't think you guys can see my cursor, so oof.
I can see it. So I mentioned
you can see it, but Oh, actually, I can see it from the stream. There we go. So yeah, the middle part is from here to here, kind of. And then we have this thing in region over here, which was a bit autonomous in during our history. They are like still a bit autonomous now. Autonomous region. It's mostly like what's the word for this? It's basically, you know, the region that belongs to like different minorities, tribes and stuff. And then we have the southern region, which is, you know, below here and contain Saigon, Ho Chi Minh City, and all that. And yeah, the geography is pretty diverse. So this is like how the most of the northern area gonna look like, and and they're like jungles and all of that mostly across the country. But in Tây Nguyên, it's kind of like in Tây Nguyên it's kind of like highlands, and basically it's kind of like plateau and all of that. There's still a lot of jungles, but a lot of it are like hilly areas, and it looks more like a taiga area and all of that. And this is how it kind of looks like. So yeah, I think it looks like tigers, which is pretty interesting. And
yeah, it looks amazing. I do think I would love to visit Vietnam. It's like there are so many places in the world that would be amazing to visit. And I know, I'm not saying this just for this stream. I've definitely had an interest in Vietnam, you know, and Vietnamese history, and maybe visiting Vietnam. But you know, learning about it like this, that's also good. So
yeah, I get into Vietnamese history a bit because we do have an extensive history from all the way to like 3000 BC and all of that.
Yeah, Croatia's history doesn't quite have that long a history, but you know, I'll make it interesting. Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't really know much about like all the history though, so I'm gonna reference a lot of medias for that. Oh, yeah, this is the region, by the way. That's interesting, right? I can see. You can see it. Oh yeah, about that in Central Highlands. If you guys play EU4, they're like they're like different tribes in the Central Highlands and all that. And you know, in history, during historical times, it's a bit more autonomous, and those different tribes have their own rules. And basically, a funny fact about those tribes is that one of them is like a lot of different tribes ago was kind of like a matriarchal in practice, and it could also be said about like ancient Vietnamese history. It was a bit more matriarchal until Confucianism kind of got introduced to the country and all of that.
Yay, religion making everything worse.
Yeah.
Okay, I know Confucianism isn't exactly a religion, but you know.
So yeah, cool stuff about geography. Oh yeah, there's also the Hualien Sun mountain range. So it's like a mountain range starting from, you know, this here, and then it runs all the way across from Vietnamese-Laotian border. So yeah, it's like a really big mountain range, and it will only stop in the Tây Nguyên region over here. So yeah, basically this mountain range kinda like define the border between Laos and Vietnam. So yeah, just a fun facts for you guys. Just a lot of mountain areas around our border between Laotians and Vietnam and our neighbors.
It makes sense. I'll have examples of that on my end too. Or Bosnia doesn't get any coastline.
Oh yeah, speaking about Croatia, your country, you guys have a lot of coastline as well, right?
Yes, we have a lot of coastline.
Yeah, that's like
It's a historical accident that we didn't give any coastline to Bosnia, but you know. Yeah, you know the meme, right?
yeah, I heard
you
the
know
news like about like countries like Chile and Croatia. They always joke about their coastline, but I heard nobody mentioned Vietnam, and I was like so surprised, like what the fuck? We have like really long coastline and nobody mentioned it about us.
Yeah. I think it might be because it's not how to put it. It is long, but it doesn't have that many. As far as I can see, there aren't that many islands. If you look at like the Croatian coastline, Croatia has like so many smaller, bigger islands. You know, Chile also has a lot of them. And like I don't know the term for it in English. We have a term for that in Croatian, and that's also why Norway also has a really long coast, but it has this unique shape because of how it is. And the Vietnamese coastline, don't get me wrong, it's really long. I do think
We
it's
do
cool.
have a lot of islands though.
But, you know, it looks kind of quote unquote flat. I'm not saying it as a criticism, just as an observation. So
Oh, but
that's
we do have
maybe
a
why
lot of
people don't
islands
think-
though. Like, you've been to different
in
regions.
the south. In the south.
In the south, there are still some other islands, like there's like
Yeah, they look beautiful.
and I haven't been to the south much, but a prime example of how many different islands, small islands there is in Vietnam is the Ha Long Bay region. You know, look at the scenery and landscape around Ha Long Bay. You can see there's like a lot of islands around here. You can see that?
I can see it. It's amazing. It looks amazing, yeah.
There's a lot of islands, don't get me wrong. So yeah, I think it could be the same. It could be the same thing to say about many different coastal countries.
Yeah, you guys need to promote it more, or maybe it's because you're communist in rule, so people don't mention you. I'm joking.
We don't want to get too political or the extreme.
Yeah. I was just making a really bad joke. Don't worry about it.
Maybe she's playing StarCraft too. Is she single? Cause I'm looking to play too on StarCraft. Wait, you play StarCraft too?
Yeah, I play StarCraft. I used to be in StarCraft 2. I used to be Master's rank for a long time.
I only see people playing StarCraft. Personally, I play games like Age of Empires instead.
Yeah.
So,
Have you played any Age of Mythology?
I heard they just made like a remake of Age of Mythology got retold.
Yes.
I haven't checked it though. I haven't checked it.
I mean, I think it would fit you better than something like StarCraft. Plus, there's also a Chinese expansion. It's coming out like next week.
Yeah, it's just that I haven't played Age of Mythology, so I did play Age of Empires 1, 2, and 3, but I never played Mythology during my childhood, so I just didn't have the interest to get it. I did get H2 Definitive Edition and H3 Definitive Edition, but I haven't got H4 and Age of Mythology and retail version.
Unfortunately, I personally think Age of Empires 4 is amazing. Like, I know it doesn't for some reason have that reputation in general, but personally, like, it's my favorite. Although that's just me. And Age of Mythology retold, it's Age of Mythology, just modernized. So, but that doesn't tell you much since you haven't really played it. But again, it's amazing. I will stream it next week. I'll stream the Chinese campaign, I think, unless it depends on other stuff. But I will try to stream it, and so you will be able to take a look at it, see if it interests you. Also, actually, I've heard that Age of Empires 1 is a Vietnamese national game. Pretty much.
Yeah, it's Vietnamese national game very much. And some people do play the day edition, but the problem is that it's like badly supported for a lot of our PC, and it kind of requires a Microsoft account. They did release it on Steam, I think, if I remember correctly, but it was like pretty late. Pretty late for us.
Yeah, I think they also ported a bunch of Age of Empires 1 stuff into Age of Empires 2 as well.
Yeah. I have the DLC. Actually, Peter do have the DLC. I could probably play it. Yeah, I want to play it for the stream. It's very fun. It kind of changed around the gameplay a lot. So yeah. Maybe we can collab someday, playing like Age of Empires or EO4 or something like that. You don't mind?
Yeah, it's always a possibility. So we'll have to figure it out as we go along. I'll unfortunately be kind of busy for the next while because so my mother is getting surgery that she kind of really needs. So I will be in charge of because we have some land where I live. So I will be in charge of taking care of that. So I will not have the energy to stream.
Next week I have other schedules also. Good luck with your mom's surgery and all of that. You guys may need it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Let's see more.
Yeah. Sister, 443 subscribers. Dang, not really close to monetization. I know. So, all you guys need to, all of you watching need to subscribe to my channel now.
Yes, subscribe. Or
we only 57 subscribers away, and I'm doing like a special stream on our 500 subscriber special. I'll be doing a face review. And along with a couple more things, I'll be doing like a Q&A. We'll be looking back on our YouTube journey and all of that. That'll be a fun stream. And yeah, face review. You guys want to see my real face? Don't forget to hit like and subscribe, bitch. You can see it. You can see the cursor. I just got out of my meeting. I'm not free for the 2.5 hours. Oh yeah, get closer. Yeah. Yay. I need to catch up with your girls chat here. I was talking to the Singapore as you always. Papa one jump scare. Hey, that just cost woman. I have a name, you know. I had a bringing politics in. Yeah.
Mongo likes to poke at me. He shouldn't poke at the dragon, but he still does it, so...
Oh yeah, I did realize in your voice, also in your stream the other day. It's just that he also was in my stream like for a while ago, so I didn't even know that he was watching you. And then then that is like something. The word comes around. Yuna.
Also, hi Yuna.
Hi Yuna. Also, Yuna is also a Vietnamese VTuber. although they have been like retired for a
Oh,
while.
awesome! Awesome. Hello, I'm Anna. I'm a Croatian, not Vietnamese. I'm Croatian VTuber.
Yeah, I'm here to teach you all about Hung Vương and stuff. So yeah, we'll be going to a lot of history about our own country today, so stay tuned for all the juicy details. So yeah, basically that's the Vietnamese geography. So for the first, so to begin with, our country don't really, have this S shape. During the early part of our history, we're like a rice farming, growing civilization in the straight up most northern area around the Tonkin Bay area. We're like rice farming peoples. There was like a tribe called Phân Lang, and it was like ruled over by the Hung dynasty, and there's like a lot of Hung kings and all of that. There's like a 18th generation of Hung kings, so it was like a lasting tribe. Phân Lang, it was lasting for like all the way from 2500 to BC to 25800 BC, so you can tell that it lasted
Longer than the Croatian history, I can tell you that much.
My gosh, I see. So the problem with early part of Vietnamese history is that most of it are like undocumented, so all of details could be like wrong and stuff. And
yeah,
And
not that many archaeological remains, I assume.
yeah, there are some archaeological stuff like over here you can see like a part of our tribes, a part of Vietnamese tribe tradition is that we kind of sort of have like a Bronze Age kind of deal, and we crafted a lot of bronze drums, and we have like history about with like tribal music and all of that, and there's like different tribal names, such as it's like a acclamation of different tribes that kind of forms into like a big country, and then we call it Phân Lang basically. And the Hung King was the absolute monarch of the country, which united all the different tribes in theory. Can I have to look at the Wikipedia a bit? I'm not really well versed in this era, not at all.
Don't worry about it. I can see the point. Like, what's that in the bottom right? Is that some sort of kind of like a gift wrapping kind of thing, or am I completely misreading it? Because it feels like a box or something.
Oh yeah, for this one, is a really interesting history. It's a really interesting story about how this two food became the national food of Vietnam. So, and yeah, a lot of things that was invented by Phân Lang stay as Vietnamese tradition for a long time, to this day, So
that's awesome.
Yeah. So after there was like a war between the Hung kings and and one of the other tribes called An. And after that, the king intended to pass the throne to one of his sons. one of the many prince of the king, and on one occasion during spring, the king gathered all the prince together and basically said, all your bitches need to invent some kind of new food for our kingdom to celebrate this victory. And so basically the prince just gather around and they try to basically find like the most exotic and the most out of world cuisine as ever to for this kind of contest. And one of the prince have like an original ideas. He wasn't, I believe he wasn't have a lot of funds to, he was like poor or something, so he was utilizing the best of what he had. So basically like rice growing pupils, and so he just came out with two dishes that is very iconic. And there was like a rice cake that he invented, like a rice cake that shaped like a square because the square kind of represent Earth. And he also invented a rice cake, a soft rice cake that shaped like a circle that represents the sky. And take the outer leaf, put the filling intestine of the cake, so the image of the birth parents will be born. Basically, I'm reading this article. Okay, and basically, basically a god told him to make that food. Basically, a gift of the god. So yeah, the symbol, and then he managed to explain the symbol of the uniquely presented food that nobody has seen before, and it was a really original idea that the kings really like it. Like, apart from all the exotic food that all the priests managed to present on the contest, and yeah, he just like, hey, all of those guys just have fancy rare food and dishes, an exotic dish with no substance. At least this guy can come up with some law-based food. And yeah, basically, these two food got adopted into our tradition. So every time when Lunar New Year comes, in Vietnam we call it Tết. So yeah, Lunar New Year happen every year. So it's like 1 month apart from the Georgian calendar usually.
Yeah.
So it happens on February. But yeah, during Lunar New Year we always make these traditional dishes in order to memory our ancestor, and basically make it to be the, what do we call it in English? Kind of like give that to our ancestors so they can enjoy the food with us and all of that. And yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Bánh chưng and bánh xay, the two Vietnamese rice cake. Very interesting now.
Yeah, I've never had rice cake. It's not something you can get here. And if you get rice, you don't get rice like you have. So I've never had the opportunity to actually eat a rice cake. So I'm curious.
Yeah. Yeah, I choose this.
Yeah, I can imagine that sounds so weird to you. Like, imagine someone saying to you, and like you've been eating this thing for your whole life, and someone says to you, yeah, we don't have that here. And it's like, It's unfortunate. I want to eat a lot more varied food, but I think I'm not even sure if there's a Vietnamese restaurant at all in Croatia. So I know there's Chinese and Japanese ones, but that's about it.
Oh, hi there, Frog Boy. Thank you so much for following my channel on Twitch. Hope you guys enjoy our history learning session today. Yeah, so this, don't get me wrong, there's like a lot of different Vietnamese food. But bánh chiên bánh xay is like our national dish. I guess you could consider pho our national dish. But, you know, bánh chiên bánh xay is something that you have every year. Pho is also like really cultural food that you have, but it doesn't have like the same symbolic meaning behind our tradition and all of that.
Yeah, I understand. But I have seen, that's I think about the only Vietnamese food I've seen online, it's pho. Because people like to make it because it's apparently a bit complicated to make. So the cooking channels go crazy about it.
Yeah.
I'm more interested in stuff like this though. I mean, I'm interested in all the foods to be clear, but you know, something that has historical weight is very, very interesting to me.
Yeah, so for pho, I just want to show you guys. There's like many different ways to like prepare pho, by the way. Like, you can have it like broth like this, along with usually like they have like vegetables on the broth, and then it's like there's like different meat and different bone that is like put it on the pho to get it like steam and cook there. So it has like the distinctive pho soup kind of taste. That's how usually people's gonna prepare pho. But also apart from that, there's also like different variation of pho. Like for example, there's something called pho sao, which doesn't have any broth at all, and it's like dry pho. You have to know. Yeah, look at this.
Oh, I've seen that. And it also looks really cool.
Yeah, it's dried pho, just doesn't have broth. But it has a lot of spices, you know, on top and all that. And, wait. There's like a new stuff that is like going on in Vietnam right now. And basically in Vietnamese, in the McDonald's, in Vietnam, they invented these pho burgers, and basically the buns are like made out of pho noodles and all that, which is really interesting. Like, it's like a unique twist to the pho. It's like the hype we did.
Amazing!
Amazing, I know. It's like really interesting. Look at the buns, like this, such a pathetic photos, but yeah, the bun is like made out of furs and stuff.
It's a good thing I ate something earlier.
Oh yeah.
I'd be hungry right about now.
I guess it's like a better pictures, yeah. They just fry the fur and then shape it like a circle and then make it a bun and call it a day, basically. But yeah, interesting variation of fur, basically. Is it a leaf rice cake like zombie? Wait, that's like a Chinese dish that is like exactly like bánh chưng. Really? A chưng cake. So, see, I guess it could be influenced. Oh no, it's not like this. Actually, we do have this dish in Vietnam, but it's not like what you might think, it's not like this. It's not like this. It's in a different shape. I mean, both Chinese civilization and the Vietnamese civilization we both grow rice, so probably we do have different variety of like rice dishes. But some could be like collab, and this could be like an overlap between Chinese and Vietnamese food, culture, and history. Because, like I said, I will get into this a bit more, but we basically get xenosphere by China. There's like a period in Vietnamese history called what's the word here? 1,000 years of northern occupation. Yeah, basically we got ruled over by the Chinese for like 1,000 years, and I get into that a bit more, and our culture gets xenosphere a lot. And basically the culture does shift a lot. Like they introduce Confucianism, and there's like Eastern architecture, instead of the old tribal ones and all that. So yeah, interesting food over here though. It's a triangle of sticky rice with some meat-type filling inside. Yeah, it sounds a bit like bánh chưng. I don't know if it's like influence each other. I don't know if that food could influence bánh chưng or bánh chưng could influence that food, but history does come around sometimes.
Yep. Alright. Let's see what's next. I'm curious.
Oh yeah, so I don't really know much about Hong Kong history, but there was like a famous legend about during Hong Kong periods. Oh yeah, and there's also Hong Kong Day, which is our national holiday that happens in 10th of March in lunar calendar. So yeah, Hong Kong Day usually happens during Aprils in Georgian calendars. And to celebrate this, a lot of us Vietnamese people goes to the ancestral land of Home Kings. The old lands where they used to rule, in order to pray for them. Yeah, and all that. So basically we have a day off.
Yeah, that's one way to have a day off. I get you. It's a common thing. Not quite a thing in Croatian history, but I'll get to something that I guess sounds a bit similar.
What is your national holiday in Croatia? Do you have something like that?
We have several. We can actually have several. I mean, it depends. So the issue is political. So it depends on how you put it. Like, what day do you put for Croatian independence from Yugoslavia? And so I'll get to why it's a bit of a political issue. But usually, like, I think it's like 25th of June that is supposed to be celebrated as Independence Day. But there are more important holidays for us. Usually they are also Catholic religious holidays. Those are usually more important, like Christmas and Easter.
Catholic. We do have some Catholic population in Vietnam also. So some people do celebrate Christmas and all that. Actually, when it comes to like our relation here. It's like another kind of that I would like to go later on in the stream, but we have like a religion called Kaodai, and it's like a mix between Buddhism and Catholicism, and it's really fun. I'll get into it a bit more later.
Yeah. The holiday that I mentioned, well, it's a holiday that's kind of similar to this. It's although it's a holiday in all, well, not necessarily all, but it used to be a tradition in all Catholic countries called All Saints Day, which is on the 1st of November, and the tradition there is, at least here in the Balkans, is to take chrysanthemums to family graves and pray at family graves. So yeah, that's pretty much the tradition. And I kind of find it a shame because I think chrysanthemums, that's the reason why chrysanthemums are basically seen as the flower just for that, and I think they're more beautiful than just bring it one day for family grave kind of thing. But yeah, that's something I guess kind of similar to the holiday you mentioned. Where people go to their ancestral lands and pray to previous rulers and ancestors and stuff. So
Yeah.
but we just pray to our families.
So yeah, I see the whole world through panlangin. They refer to panlangin feudal fashion style. Like there's like serfs and stuff. So it's like really early history, but they already have like a feudal fashion kind of like ruling style. Like they have serfs called Latu, which is interesting. And from 2000 BC, they are like learning about modern dynasty, like the Shang dynasty and the Laotians. There's like trading between them, and by the year 1200 BC, there was like development of bronze tools. So as you can see, like bronze, the infamous bronze drum and a lot of bronze weapon and tools has been invented in Dongsan. And then there's like also like different booths and jars, and basically they introduce a lot of important stuff for civilization, which is dope. And also they have a tradition of pottery, pottery. Oh yeah, and there was like a really interesting legend called the legend of Thanh Song. So Thanh Song is basically one of the Vietnamese legendary god, and
okay.
Yeah. So the legend is that so the people of the tribal kind of invaded the Hung dynasty, and basically the king was like looking for talent to basically conscript to fight back against the invading enemies. And in a village called Phu Dong, there was an ordinary infant, and the child is only like 3 years old, yet homies couldn't talk or sit. So when the king's emissary arrived to his village, and then when the king's emissary arrived to the village, basically but he was suddenly be able to like stand straight up and he'll be spitting facts like let me fight all these bitches for you, and all you need to do is just prepare me like a giant iron horse, giant iron sword, and then in a couple of years I grow to be a god, and basically that's what he said. And then
Amazing.
Amazing, yeah. And then for just couple of years, basically the entire village had to feed this little dude, and he managed to grow from like for a couple of years, and then he basically become a giant, a 100 meters tall giant. I don't know how to translate it to feet. Yeah, but yeah, 100 meters tall giant, and he also the king made him the iron horse and the giant sword, and he single-handedly basically wrecked the entire pupils, invading pupils. And when he done the job, he'd be like, yo, I done my job, yo, let me go back to heavens where I belong. And then he just basically goes to like the nearest mountain, and then he floats away to heaven. And that is the legend of the song.
I've done my duty. I've done my duty. Bye bye.
Done my duty. Bye. Yeah, he doesn't even want to stay in the country and be congratulated and being worshipped. He doesn't even care about being worshipped. Yet people still worship him, in the future anyways. So yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like one of the better deities, He comes up, he does what he needs to, and it's like, yeah, thanks, bye. No child sacrifices, no worshipping, no megalomania. I've done my job.
Yeah, bitches wouldn't want this match without me anyways. Look at my kill ratio. Okay, bye. And then he disconnect from the party.
He was the one who sussed out the suspect people in Among Us. Is that it? Nice. I love those kinds of legends. That's awesome.
So do Europe have like similar kind of legends like that on your country history?
There are, like, I think the best stuff, like, we usually consider them myths. And there are myths and fairy tales. I can't really, so, obviously there's the Greek mythology, which I imagine you heard at least some about. The issue with Croatian mythology and Slavic mythology, I'll talk it a bit more in depth, next time, but essentially, we just don't have any surviving records of it, and Christianization kind of killed all the relevant info. Like, our religion and our mythology were probably close to how Norse mythology was. Not quite the same, but it had its own thing. But we barely know the names of gods. We don't even really know any of the stories. Even the people who wrote fairy tales, supposedly based on Slavic mythology, said that they basically just made it up because they didn't have the info. So they could at best rely on some
it's like a reinvent version of Norse mythology or something like that, right?
Yeah, just
Maybe could be related to
Christianization. Sorry, can you repeat that? Sorry.
Maybe it could be like close to Greek mythology, I don't know, because you guys are pretty close to Greek and all that. Historically,
no,
that's been part of the Roman Empire as well, so there could be Roman economics.
Slavic people came to this area after Christianity was a thing. So, like, we came after the Western Roman Empire, quote unquote, fell. You know, it's complicated. I'll go more into that because there are a lot of theories. We don't know the details. There are no real remains, archaeological remains that we can find. So all we have are speculations. So I don't want to go too deep into that right now. But yeah, we just yeah, Aldlaster, my beloved, haha, Mongo, haha. No, the issue is just yeah, we just don't have any of the mythology written down. Like we didn't have it, and Christianization killed all of it. Like there are some traditions that used to be done, stuff like, you know, one of the things that you would do is that you would throw an apple over your house during your marriage ceremony. It was meant to kind of ward off evil beings. That's something that was being done, like basically, I think until 20th century, but it's even that is very badly documented. So, unfortunately, I can't really speak much for Slavic mythology because there just isn't much. And if you want stories like legends like that, yeah, Greek mythology, Norse mythology. Are kind of like your best bets. Like there are some fairy tales, I guess, but again, their historicity is a bit debatable in terms of how well they reflect, you know, what the people of the time, you know, the pagan Slavic people, what they believed. It's debatable if you know. If that's what they were, if those were the stories that they told. So yeah. Okay, let's see. First, record the historical kingdom.
Oh yeah, so there's a different period after Butler, so there's a shorter one from 258 to 179 BC. But it was more recorded, and it was like, and the name is Outlack, and basically, it was so Outlack kind of formed after, wait, I don't wonder who and wait to, let me check this. Oh,
yeah,
so Oviatt invaded Funland. Yeah. So Funland was the original kingdom, but there was like another kind of people called Oviatt who formed like a different tribes, and then they invaded Funland, and they basically annexed Funland, and they basically combined territories together, and then it's basically kind of like a personal union that was kind of like formed between the two tribes. So the the invading tribe was called Oviatt, and then they invaded Funland, and they kind of combine their name together. So Oviatt, Funland, Laviet, Laviet. So their name is like Ola after from that point onward. It's like a personal union, think of it like a Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth in Europe.
Yeah. What's funny, like something that I found is funny. So in EU4, the personal unions are only a thing between Christian countries, right? But that wasn't always the case. In the early days, anyone could be under personal union. So sometimes you will get something like Russia PU'd the Ottomans. And it was insane.
Oh my
So
gosh.
that's why they removed it. Even though
Like
that
the thing that I
technically could
find a
have
bit
happened, but sorry, go on.
the thing that I find a bit weird about UFO is that first origin only happened within the Christian kingdom, but yeah, historically it happens like all the kind of kingdom all over the world.
It's just a balance thing. It's just a gameplay balance thing. Yeah, they didn't want people to try and PU the Ottomans every single game, because that would break the game, you know?
Then all you could do is that you can nerf the personal union thing. Maybe somewhat.
Well, we'll see how EU5 does it. Well, we know a bit, but yeah.
I'm thinking of
Okay,
EU5. I'm ready for that game, yeah. Let's see how it goes. I haven't followed a lot of like development diaries. I just want to play it when it's like released. I don't want to spoil much for myself.
No, that's fair, that's fair. Mang also says, prehistory, that is roughly a century or two prior to written history, and early written history are always fascinating. They have a dreamlike feeling when reading. Yeah, I mean, those people were usually storytellers, so that's why you get that dreamlike feeling. Like, it's only later when people become quote-unquote professional historians, so to say, that it becomes more factual, quote-unquote.
Yeah,
How factual depends on the author, so...
Yeah, like the language is a bit more symbolic, and basically back in the days, it's just because back in the days there wasn't like a large amount of vocabulary that you can use within a language, so they just make their wording to sound a bit more symbolic and kind of like, you know, abstract in a way that would lead to people's interpretation, kind of.
Yeah. Well, I mean, language wasn't exactly systematized like it is today. Like, it's only in the 19th century that languages began being a lot more codified and then taught in schools in such a way. You know, usually you just had pretty big regional variants, like in how people spoke. Like, Italian is an amazing example. Like, Italian had like essentially like a dozen languages, and they had to choose one of those to be the Italian language. And so now the other languages and you know, their variations of Italian are dying out. So yeah, languages are fascinating. It's a shame so many are dying out now, but...
Oh yeah, and on the right picture is the...
Yeah, I was curious.
It's the image of... It's the image of the collab citadel. So this is like a large fortress that was being built during their reign, and just to estimate this large-scale project required between 3 million to 5 million man-day to make this. So yeah, it was like really big, and it has like 2 million cubic meters, and they're like rampart systems, so it's like really advanced for the time and all of that. It just
that
like
sounds horrible to siege. That sounds horrible to siege.
Imagine you just have like a +5 fort modifier, and you have like plus 50% fort defense modified to your country. to that province at least. Good luck with that.
Yeah. Yeah, it will never get sieged. Oh boy.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that's
and
cool. We don't have those kind of. I mean, we may have had such one, at least one such monumental fortress. It was destroyed by the Romans, so only some bits of it remain.
oof.
Well, the Illyrians that lived here, they had it, not us Croatians, because Croatians are not Illyrians. I'll get to that. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, do you want to like do a separate stream when you can talk about Croatian history?
Yeah, I would love to do a stream like that, but you know, another time.
Yeah.
Cause yeah, this time I want to be the student. I want to be just asking questions, you know, listening, and you know, next time when I have more stuff prepared, you know, and I'm not busy, you know, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, look at the Asian. Look at the image of the collab citadel. Like, it's like really big fortress, and it's like ancient history. So there was like built during like 300 BC and all of that. Yet it has like multi-layer of like walls here, and there's like multi-layers of moat, so to say, and there's like bridges, like closable bridges and stuff like that. And yeah, pretty advanced for the time. And basically the remain of the citadel is still exists to today, and yeah, you can look at how the thing is still like standing till today, which is really impressive. You know, ancient buildings still being restored, still being maintained, you know, still exist to this day. You gotta appreciate that fact about historical artifacts of the times.
Yeah, when you really build something to last and you maintain it for a long time, yeah, it's going to last. And again, best examples are here that we have is Roman architecture. So
Yeah, I guess for architecture kind of style, it's kind of like a little bit unorthodox. So there wasn't any specific shape, but you can see the shape of the fortress all over the place. You know, probably just based on the geography around the area, so to say. They do dig up like moss and stuff though, so a lot of it are still artificial. But you know, imagine you have to like invade this. And you know, back in the days, you don't have like artillery or anything. You know, especially in Asia, where a lot of those stuff are like less developed, and you only have like crossbow and sword, and good luck trying to breach through the walls.
I'll be real. I think this would be hard to siege even with artillery. I think you would need paratroopers.
Yeah, for real.
You know, I mean, okay. I mean, it's not that it would be impossible, even with.
And 3 layers of moat.
Yeah, but yeah, it's not that it's impossible before, but like with paratroopers, you could like open the gates. You could blow stuff up from inside, if you could get them in, of course, and like that would make it much easier. But without that, like it's still, even with artillery, you would have to siege it for a long time, I think, because it's just inaccessible. Multi-layered, multiple modes, you know, really defensible. Like the only other way you could do it is just siege and let the people starve. That's the only way, if you didn't want to like fully attack it.
Yeah, sorry, sorry, I was opening it in a different tab, so I haven't managed to show you real photos of this Okay, look at the photos
Yeah.
of the citadel. It's still being maintained to this day. So it's like really good how they managed to keep the artifact. And this is the multiplayer subwars, being presented in a real life photo and all that.
Yeah.
3 layers of modes.
Again, if you have paratroopers, you can actually take it by storm. If you don't have paratroopers, yeah, I don't think you can exactly take it so easily. Like this would be such a long siege, I think. Oh boy.
Oh wow, indeed. It's very cool, like oh, this more cooler picture. Actually, I made like a mod in Age of Empires 2, and I did try to build this in Age of Empires 2, which is really tough.
Ah, that is cool, yeah.
I wish I could show you the picture, but yeah, a lot of my mods kinda like lost 2 times, so to say. And I have like a history of modding Age of Empires 2, but I don't want to show that stuff because my older identity here. Don't want to show that, if you get what I mean. Right?
Don't worry about it. I love how prehistory always has really long dynasties. Yeah, my family has been in charge for 1,000 years, and nobody knows enough to contradict them. That's a chatter, by the way, that's saying that. And it's like, yeah, I mean, not everywhere is Egypt where where almost everything was recorded and able to be preserved in the desert. So, you know. I bet the Egyptian Ptolemies, I bet they would have loved saying, yeah, we've ruled Egypt for 4,000 years. But they can't say that because it's written down, so
yeah, a lot of historical dynasties, like, I wish I've been more of a gamer than you, so I have more legitimacy to rule this country, kind of deal.
yes. I
played my dynasty in CK3, managed to impress them like crazy, get on my level. Oh yeah.
Have you ever played CK2? Not 3, but 2.
I never played CK2. I only managed to know CK when they released CK3, so unfortunately, only happened to know it when CK2 came out.
I actually have a funny story in CK2. So I played it sometime after release. Well, I dropped it the first time, then I watched some videos, and then I played it again. And the second time I played it, I didn't even know what I was doing, but somehow I managed to get. Have you heard of the fictional the country called Intermarium? It's not really fictional. It was a proposed country in Europe. It's meant to be like Poland, Lithuania, Hungary, Croatia, like a bunch of the Balkans. It was meant to be this huge Eastern European state to combat Russia. And
are they like historical or just something that they made up?
It was an idea that was floated around, maybe to make it happen, but it never realized because it couldn't get realized. I somehow by accident managed to make that happen because I set up so that my family ended up ruling Poland as well as Hungary. So eventually the grandson, when I got to rule as the grandson, I had Croatia, Hungary, Poland, and a bunch of other stuff. And I wasn't even trying. I just managed to make it happen.
I mean, CK, I mean, the good thing about CK, at least when you play CK3, is that you can customize your dynasty and you can basically like just rename your dynasty to whatever you want. So if you want to like create a Croatian, Hungarian, Bosnian Commonwealth, you could just rename your dynasty like that. So there's a lot of customization that you could just change during the course of the game.
Yeah. Pilsudski was too optimistic to think Mario could work. Yeah, I agree. Also, Mango redeemed the mommy for 5 minutes, so...
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna talk in my dummy mommy voice. Do you like this?
I do like this, in fact, yes.
Oh yeah, you haven't
nice.
heard of this voice before, right?
I haven't heard it before, no. It's
basically
it's very nice voice.
Basically, I do like voice training before to like change my voice. That's why I managed to have like this really wide vocal range, my little rabbits. That's why I can do like this deep voice. Why I can still, my voice can sound like a daddy girl. I shape my voice really high like this. I still prefer my higher voice though. So you can imagine my little darlings, but I cannot really do this low voice for a long time. But I'm only doing this voice just for you. Just for you, oh yeah.
See, chat? She knows how to do fan service.
I know all about fan service. Okay, so... Oh yeah, I was missing the part about Ola being invaded. Ola was being ruled for a while, but then it was invaded by Nanyue, one of the Chinese kingdom. It's basically like southern Chinese kingdom. So
yeah, I know you, yeah.
Yeah. And then Ola kind of fought back, and there was like a legend. There was like a legend about a magical crossbow that can defeat the Nanyue pupils, but it wasn't enough, and it's still. And then at the end, Ola still got annexed by Nanyue, and during the course of Chinese history, and it get divided, and it was united, once again. At some point, Chinese kinda like get united together, and the Vietnamese kingdom was still annexed by Nanyue, but then later it was in Nanyue was like united with other Chinese kingdom, during different dynasties. Like I cannot remember the Chinese early dynasty really much. There's like Tang dynasty, if I remember correctly. There's like Song dynasty. Probably I get it right.
The first Han dynasty or the second one?
Yeah, the Han dynasty as well. Yeah, the Han dynasty. Nanyue influenced Ola when it after it normalized. Oh, so Ola normalized relation with Han dynasty, and this Nanyue bitch got a bit jealous and basically decided to invade us outright. So that's what happened.
Oh, I see. Can't get can't get any bigger than you. I guess that's what she was thinking. Okay. Let's see next. I wanna get back. Like I think you showed the next slide before. I wanna see it again to see all of the dynasties.
Yeah, don't worry, my little rabbit. I get into it. You just need to beg for mommy until I throw the slide.
No.
Okay, just kidding though. I'm gonna read the comments.
No.
Beg for mommy.
Listen, you may be you may right now be a mommy rabbit, mommy bunny, but I'm still a dragon, you know.
I see. I kind of have like this dominant side that I would like to tease people sometimes. So it's kind of fun.
No, I get you. It's just that I'm not exactly so easily teasable. That's the problem.
Bluesky was too optimistic. More time Hannah spent with Ashley because the chance of mommy voice getting imprinted on Hannah. You do have a point there. You do have a point. I think she's growing on me. Like, I mean, at the moment she might be acting tough, but I can soften her. You know, it just takes some time.
Of course. Never say never. Hannah could be a dragon mommy that hoards treasure like gold, Tales games and false. Unlike you, Mango, I am not Finnish enough to care for faucets. I'm sorry. Tales games though, and gold, yeah, that's fair. I like both of those.
Okay, but 5 minutes is done. Fuck you guys, I'm going back to my voice. I mean, I don't want to strain myself from just using that voice. So. There we go, here's your usual Aisling back. Bonk. So, someone just triggered that sound.
No more around to bonk me. I'm free from bonking for once. Has Mr. Overheat been on your stream, Aisling?
What do you say?
See, Mongo here, he's referring to Mr. Overheat, you know, Mo. Has he been on your stream? He's kind of like a mod for a lot of streams. He's a mod on my stream as well, and he likes bonking people. So that's what I'm like. Has he been on your stream?
I mean, I do have like bonk somewhat when there was someone said bonk in my stream. I was like coding like some sort of like automatic soundboard kind of thing when it kind of like detect words on my stream. But that's just how it works. I mean, I could make it like a Twitch reward too, if you guys like. Come up with some ideas. Fun fact, since they also called All Hallows Day, that's why it's called Halloween. Yeah, I heard about it before, but yeah, I'm not really. Yeah, I did heard about it before, like All Hallows Eve, and then it just shortened to Halloween. But yeah, I could not recall, you know, before you mentioned it. So that's good, right? We call it Bunny server on Aisling channel. Yeah. I mean, I could be like a timid bunny, or I could be like a bunny mommy dummy mommy bunny. You know, anytime you want. So yeah. I mean, aside from my two, like my mommy voice and my normal voice, which, you know, the most that I use, I could even do like other voice such like I could be like, you know, really scary and sound like a witch, and or I could, you know, speak in like a monotone voice like this. Yeah, I could do like a lot of voice. It's just that I need to be more frequent with the kind of voice that I could do. What do you about this? Can you do like different voice, Tara?
I do like doing different voices, but like the voice changer kind of that I use. I mean, just using a voice changer just kind of makes it a bit harder. I mean, I guess if I had like the best one out there, then it would be possible. But if I change my voice, it's not going to get as reflected with what I'm using, unfortunately. So I do like voice acting though. I do like voice acting. Just yeah.
I hope you'll find a day that you can use your real voice for your stream. And you know, you could basically like do some voice training. You like to do that, but at the same time, you know, do what best to make you feel comfortable and all that. I used to use like a if you guys don't know, I used to use like a voice changer because I was like not confident about my voice before. So yeah, it takes some time to like actually even get to be confident about your like you know, you review your real voice when you're like streaming. Believe it or not, when I like first review my real voice, a lot of people are like really supportive, so I was thank you guys for that, for you know, liking how I really sound like in real life. You know, otherwise I would, you know, keep using my voice changer. And you know, don't get me wrong, there's like a lot diversity and variety of my voice changer too. So you know, I could just change my voice, and sometimes I use a different voice changer, sometimes I use a different voice, and it was like a fun period of time for me too. But right now, you know, I can basically change my voice anytime you want. So, you know, why not just use this kind of fun talent that I kind of developed recently. It's just more entertaining. That's what it is, right? More entertaining.
Yeah, more training, and it sounds it'll sound better and better. So nice.
This sounds better. Nice. Yeah, it does sound way better compared to like the voice changer that I used before. And with the voice changer I used before, sometimes words kind of like lost in meaning, and sometimes there's like interruption. Then sometimes word doesn't really form really well. Sometimes it's like barely hearable, barely phraseable, and that is like a lot of like really bad thing when you're like using a voice changer. Plus, you cannot really like make other noise when like using a voice changer. So it just doesn't work when I like use like a voice changer and then I would make other noise, like I would clap at the same time, like, or I could like you know, snap my fingers. You guys can hear that, you know, when I'm not using a voice changer. But if I use a voice changer, it would not register. So
yeah, it's an issue. Yeah, I feel it, but no, not much I care. Like I feel it, but for now, this is the best solution I have.
So now running water is pretty good invention. Come here as a concept appreciator. Yeah, speaking of water, hydrate your phone, hydrate your vocal cord, everyone. Especially when like streaming for a long time, when you're like talking non-stop like this. I need to hydrate myself every time.
Don't worry, I have my bottle of water here. So.
Yeah. And that's the thing, you guys wouldn't hear me drinking water when I was like using a voice changer. Actually, right now I kind of have like a filter on my OBS, so it kind of filter out the background noise. So sometimes you cannot hear that, sometimes you can. So just, it's just gotta be like this. And it's not gonna change. I have a lot of fun times, making different noise. And sometimes I
Nice.
slam the tables and all of that. Yeah. I just that mango is Swedish and apparently the word Hana means perfect. Hey! Interesting. The only Finnish word I know is Berkeley. Yeah. And I know it's a swear word, but of course you have to learn a swear word in a different language. It's really important.
Yeah, usually the first thing you learn.
Yeah. Because it's so overused. Oftentimes, you just hear it from the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, and hakapale. Yeah. Because with the war meme. Yeah. Speak about Finland. When I comparing Finnish history, I don't know much about Finnish history, but I know about Winter War. When I comparing Finnish history and Vietnamese history, they're kind of similar. Because the joke about the funny joke about Finland is that when you invade Finland, they're talking snows that shoots you. Meanwhile, when it comes to Vietnam War, there's that funny meme about the talking tree that shoot at you, or the talking bush, because you have jungles and stuff. Basically, both Finland and Vietnam are both countries that is so hard to invade just because of our geography being an advantage of us. That's why we have a lot of. There was a lot of moments in our history that we got invaded by, foreign powers, but we managed to resist them. So first, against the French peoples, we got independence from the French peoples, and then American invaded, but the North side gonna win, and then the Mongols. At one point, the Mongols during the Yuan dynasty invaded us, but we managed to outgamer them, so to say.
The Mongols didn't exactly. They didn't have a lot of fun times in southern Asia in general. They failed invasion of India, they failed invasion of Vietnam. It doesn't feel like it was a good geography for their style of tactics anyway. So
yeah. I can imagine it's really hard for China to invade India because they have the Himalayas mountain range.
Yeah, China, if China wanted to get to India, they would have had to first conquer you guys. But by you guys, I mean generally Southeast Asia, and then go to India. From
that's kind of China just keep invading us, so we just develop an immune system to counter them basically every time. So.
Yeah, as I can see, Han Dynasty, Jin Dynasty, Liu Song Dynasty, Sui Dynasty, Wuzhou Dynasty, Tang Dynasty, a lot of eras of, first era of Northern domination, second era, third era, protectorate general to pacify the South. That sounds, I will be real, as awful as it was probably for the Vietnamese people at the time, that is an awesome title. A horrible title, but imagine being called Protectorate General to pacify the South. Imagine that being your title, your job description.
I didn't even notice. Yeah, generally we just call this era 1,000 years under northern occupation. Northern northerners, are basically the Chinese peoples. So yeah, basically 1,000 years. During those 1,000 years, the China do manage to develop a lot of different dynasty, which is a lot of those history is belonging to the Chinese part of history. It doesn't really document, or at least being teach for a lot of us Vietnamese peoples for during those dynasties. So I don't really know a lot about this period of time either. But yeah, there was a period of time, 1,000 years.
I can imagine. It's not a fun time. That's something that I noticed with national histories. National histories tend to delete or just avoid talking about things that are considered embarrassing for those histories, which is actually really bad, because if you don't teach that history and instead teach a more whitewashed version of history, then people think that they were always so amazing, so cool, when they weren't, because no people were at all times, So and it just fuels nationalism. Mango says here, mountain ranges might make conquest hard, but the mountains always have passes that allow the invasion forces to move through. They are naturally not impenetrable. That is very true. However, the Himalayas mountain range is a logistical nightmare.
Yeah. Technically you can pass it, but imagine across every pass, there's a choke point where your already put party could basically got ambushed and got hacked to death. Imagine passing server choke point of that, like that.
Yeah.
Server choke point.
Not just that.
I'm not gonna make it to the other side.
Yeah, it would be really hard, but also, okay, you have to keep in mind that India also had a large population at the time. India always had a large population. So even though there were smaller states, they weren't usually as big as China, you would need to have a large occupying force. And you cannot simply, feed your army from the occupation. You can, but that just means that the people who you're occupying are going to hate you even more long term. And then, so you have to factor in not just, trying to attack through choke points and stuff like that, but if you manage to actually invade, imagine transporting food, equipment, and continuously so for a very, very long time, until you are able to quote-unquote pacify the place you invaded. That just sounds like a nightmare to do through the Himalayas. It's hard if it's a flat terrain. It's a hard thing to do because people don't usually like being invaded. But it's nightmare difficulty if you try to do it through the Himalayas.
Yeah. For us, we have great dense jungle from our borders with the Chinese, and then we have the Hoang Son mountain range that divide us between Laos and Vietnam and Khmer and Vietnam and all that. So we have these natural barriers to protect against Southeast Asian brethren as well. So it has been going good, at least for Vietnam, in terms of geography.
Yeah. I could see that in it just kind of makes sense because geography isn't the main reason how or why states form, but once they are formed, a lot of stuff can be explained through the geographical limits that those states have, you know. And the same goes like for you guys. On one hand, you were protected by other rivals, but on the other hand, it meant that your rivals were protected from you. It's not like you guys could invade a Laosi territory so easily, right?
I mean, defensive position and defenders in war have always had, you know, strategic advantage. And
Yes.
like you could basically keep up the supplies for the invading armies either, and basically the defenders don't have to worry about logistical issues that much, and they even have like combat advantage over you. So oftentimes
Yeah,
it's
that's what I
not
mean.
really presentable in games because the games have like an incentive for at least for you to grow, or for at least they have to balance in a way that the attacking side could still win in a fight. But you know, in real life it's much more extreme when you're like fighting against a defending force if they have advantageous terrain and all that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, even in modern times, it's still really hard to invade. Like, like, okay, I'm not gonna go into that topic. That's maybe a bit too controversial. No, yeah, it's really hard to invade, even in modern times. And in modern times, you have modern food production, you know, modern militarized, you know, mechanized, you know, cores and stuff like that. It's and you still can't just like go and invade somewhere. So yeah, pretty much. Okay, can we see more history?
Yeah.
I wanna see. Let's go.
Yeah, so for this period, I don't really know much about them, but during the first period, so it was like divided so the 1,000 years of northern occupation divided into like four
Yes.
different parts, 4 different periods. So there's like the first era, the second era, and the third era. And the first, second, and third era is like kind of close together. So it's kind of like we mostly talk about like the first, second, third era. But then there's like the fourth era was under the Ming Dynasty. Was briefly under the Ming Dynasty in 1408, and it was ended like in 1420 something. So yeah, you can see that the start of EU4, Vietnam was a tributary state under Ming because of that reason.
I mean, to be fair, almost everyone around Ming were tributaries too. But yeah, like I imagine even without Ming trying to actually invade Vietnam, that Vietnam would be a tributary. It's just that you wouldn't be.
Yeah,
You wouldn't
I mean,
have had to
basically
endure 20 years of occupation.
Basically, we did declare independence in 1429, and we fought back, but still being tributary somewhat. At least, if I remember, I can't remember correctly, but yeah.
I mean, the thing is that even if you're not exactly easy to conquer, obviously, and even if it's not easy to govern you, China is pretty much the biggest state around, so it simply makes sense to be a tributary instead of being hostile to them all the time.
Yeah,
You know,
that's the thing
it's
about
just
like,
pragmatic.
it's the thing about ancient and medieval history. Like all thing that is like all thing that makes the country strong is all about power and stuff, and have the ability to dominate your neighbors and dominate and defend your territories against the enemies. And China managed to unite into like such a large force, and they do have like geography on the side as well. Like they built a giant wall of China to prevent the Mongolians try to ever invade them again. So that's one really preemptive thing that they managed to make during the Han Dynasty, which I always find impressive. Like the giant wall of China is like, I don't know, like 1,000 miles. Imagine building a wall in ancient times in 200 BC. That was like 2,000, 3,000 miles long. Like it would be as long as, probably even longer than the US-Mexican border. Just to scale.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge. Sus Turtle says Chinese tributaries had an interesting history too. The framing makes it seem like they're subordinate to China, but the concept was you pay us tribute and we give you a gift in appreciation, and a lot of times the return gift was a lot bigger than the actual tribute. So effectively it was China putting a happy face on paying off potential threats. Yes. It was pragmatic for the tributaries to, be a tributary to China, but it was also pragmatic for the Chinese to, bribe their tributaries, essentially. So, it, how do I put it? Realpolitik, as we consider it today, is not what they were doing per se, but it's basically along those lines. You want to have you want to have subjects, subordinates, but you don't. But it's not simply about them being your subordinates, because if they are unhappy, like what would it happen, for example, to China if they didn't send gifts? And the Vietnamese, the Laosi, and the Thai, and whoever else, all decided, okay, fuck this shit, we'll invade China all together as a coalition. But this is just hypothetical. Like, I don't think that would actually happen, but it is a possibility. And it's simply better for the overlord to show appreciation to the tributaries so that they don't have to bother with unhappy tributaries.
It's just a theory, a history theory. Thanks for watching. Okay, but for real?
Can we take a bit of a break? I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, I'll be right back. So.
Okay. Okay, for real though? For real. I imagine some country would also distribute to like a bigger country so that they would receive protection from other foreign invaders as well. Basically like a protection thing. Imagine something like that. Check my chat here. That Twitch voice might be closer to chronic smoker, and Hannah said she sounded like Kafka from HSR. What is HSR? What the heck is HSR? Is that like a show? I'm not sure. So effectively it was China. But yeah, oh yeah. There was one time when China decided to reduce the frequency of tribute and other tributary invade them in response. Oh, I see. Which shows you what the balance of power was actually like. I think for the most part, Vietnamese people don't really even want to do anything with China. Like, China just invade us for a lot of times, so we're like really sour against China, but even then, we don't have an interest at invading them. But we did have interest in invading other Southeast Asian countries, and I'll get into that part in a little bit. But of course, some very tributaries too. I just saw Star Rail. Oh yeah, I had the game. Yeah. Of course, there are some real tributaries too. Let me see what Chica sounds like in Honkai Star Rails. I haven't played Honkai Star Rail before. What does she sound like? Oh, it's a speech! I did watch someone go play Honkai Star Rail before. And Kafka is like one of the starter pitch that you have in the first part of the game, if I remember correctly. Can you hear her voice again? She kinda sounds like... My god. No, can you hear her voice? Voice line. Yeah, from what I remember, she's really mature. So it's kinda like this, mature mommy voice. Probably close to my mommy voice.
Hi, Astral Expressers.
Hi, Astral
Well, you caught me. Well, space and time are practically in.
Do I sound like her? Do I sound like her when I do my mommy voice?
Infinite, and yet right here, right now,
And yet right here, right now, we find ourselves together.
we find ourselves together.
I mean, I don't have the voice. I don't have her voice quality. But I kinda have her vocal range. If I shift into this voice. Let's not gonna lie here. Maybe the real theories were the friends we made along the way. It's just a theory, a history theory. Thanks for watching. My god. Oh yeah. Right now I kinda have to go to the bathroom. Actually, I need to go to the bathroom myself, so be right back. You guys enjoy and behave until Hannah when she came back. Alright, I'm back. Let's miss me. Hey, I'm back.
Literally like a second after you. Hello.
Yeah, and then after you went to the bathroom, I decided to go to the bathroom as well. So yeah, I'm back. Hey, Elsa, thanks for the raid. Oh my god, thank you.
Yes,
And,
thank you, Aerothought. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad that all you guys are like enjoying our stream today. It's really fun to do this kind of stream, although it has been like 2 hours,
Yeah.
and we haven't even gone to like half of the slides, so
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Yeah, that's why I said to you, you were like, we could cover both countries maybe in one stream, and I was like, no, it's probably gonna take longer than that.
Yeah,
And Mango here says maybe the real theories were the friends we made along the way. So true. Yeah. Also interesting, so Soft Turtle says there was one time when China decided to reduce the frequency of tributes, and one of the tributaries invaded them in response. Which shows you what the balance of power was actually like. Yeah, I would like to know more about that, but that's for another time. Okay, and so, since we're not even halfway done, how about we get to doing more? I wanna see more.
there's like a lot of interactions and like bantering and stuff. Okay, so all I know around this era is that during the first era of Northern domination, there was like there was there was like 2 Vietnamese female leaders, and they were called Chung Chak and Chung Yi. They were basically the Chung sister who managed to lead for a period of time against the northern occupations, and they basically rebel. Hell yeah, girl power! Rebel against the Chinese occupations, and they were like riding elephants to battles. Yeah, Jung's sister, elephant sculptor, and yeah. The funny thing about
Which
this
is so cool!
yeah, it's so cool. It's like a rare piece of Vietnamese history that's like, you know, a bit more matriarchy. So if you don't really know like Vietnamese history before Confucianism, it's a bit more matriarchy in nature. So we managed to have like a really cool female Vietnamese hero like this, and they were like queen for a period of time before the Chinese invaded us again, and it became the second period of occupation. So yeah.
Elephants go brrr. Yeah, that's fair. Elephants do go brrr. Nice.
Yeah. Oh, the funny thing about this is that the story is that the Chinese were a bit cocky and sexist, and they didn't really predict that a woman would, God forbid, 2 women would lead a rebel group against them, and they didn't manage to reinforce in time to manage to rebel against the Chung sister, and yeah, they lost that one real bad. And oh yeah, I did play like when I was like playing AV2 before, there was like someone who made a campaign about the Chung sister, and it was like really fun to play to that one. And yeah, we do have like some RPG mechanics implement in the campaign where Chung gather around all the peoples and then use money to like buy them, to recruit them to be part of their regiments, and it was like a really fun campaign that someone managed to make.
So that sounds cool, yeah.
Yeah. It was like really good. Yeah, basically two of them are really important to Vietnamese history, and two of them like, you know, two of them like two of the legendary heroes, you know, heroes that had like legendary status during the course of Vietnamese history. So yeah, nothing I can remember much about them, but yeah, that's fact.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So, sorry, what you
Battle
to say?
of Battle of Bat, is it Bahir or Bat Dang?
It's called Back Down. Yeah,
Back. Okay, Back Dang.
Back
Okay.
Down. Sometimes I notice when I like pronounce Vietnamese word, I don't use Vietnamese accent, you know, Vietnamese pronunciation, but I use English pronunciation somehow. I like speaking English and pronounce different Vietnamese name at the same time, so I have to correct myself on that one. Back down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I can explain how that happens, so because this is something I've learned at university. I went for history in English, so that was, you know, I've learned a bit about how languages work. So the thing with languages is that they are not two. You do not have two separate boxes of languages. Instead, you just have one big box labeled language, and all of the languages that you know interact in that box, which means that's how you get like stuff that you've explained, you know, saying Vietnamese words with an English language and vice versa, or using English words alongside Vietnamese words, you know, in a Vietnamese sentence.
From my experience, being like frequent with both Vietnamese and English at the same time, it's kind of like I guess a lot of what's the word here? Bilingual people have this kind of issue.
Yes.
Like switching between different languages. Like sometimes when you're like talking one certain language, you're only thinking of like pronouncing words in a certain language. Or you're kind of like getting a lot of vocabulary mixed up when you're like having like two different languages that you can switch at a time. I don't know. I don't know if it's my ADHD, but sometimes I have this problem when I think about a word in Vietnamese, but I don't have the meaning for it in English, and it's sometimes like. Sometimes it's just like that. Sometimes you have a definition in Vietnamese, but it's kind of hard to explain it in English. And I just thought this when I was like thinking something, like I was like thinking like a sentence, but I was like thinking of like the Vietnamese definition, and oh no, how would I explain this in English? That's the problem.
Yeah, in that case, it's just a thing of because so. Languages are generally, you know, even if they're closely related, languages have their own ways of doing things and explaining things. So you may have a word for something in one language and it doesn't exist in another language. That's completely normal. One example that we had is that, for example, in English and in Croatian as well, you just have like north, south, east, west. There are other terms, but you use those, right? There is a tribe in Australia, or there used to be at least, and in their language, they would not say, I go here, I go there. They would say, I go north, northwest. I go east, southeast. But in their language, they had specific words, and they would say specific, specific direction, but in the sense of like the cardinal directions. And it is a completely different way of seeing the world. So that's why that kind of issue can happen. But in general, when you know more than one language, those languages communicate. That's where those issues or weird things that can happen happen. I mean, I know more than two languages. I know a decent bit of Japanese. I know a decent bit of German. I know a decent bit of Spanish. Sometimes I get all five of the languages that I know. I sometimes get them mixed up. So, you know, but that's again because it's not that those languages are separate in your head, in your brain. They're all in the one box and they are constantly communicating so long as you are using them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was explaining earlier. So Maud here is saying sometimes there just isn't a translation for a word in a different language.
Yeah.
Like in English, we now use umami. I still don't know what umami means specifically. Like, I think I get what it's meant to mean, but I don't know. But there just isn't yeah. Pretty much every word in English comes from a different language. Not every, but most, yes, like 90%.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, English is a Frankenstein
like
language.
even some English vocabulary. Yeah, some term of them is like borrow word from other countries like France, for example. The term foul pass, the term foul pass, right?
I think like 80% of the vocabulary is from French. Some is from German, so some is from the old German tribes that were the Angles, the Saxons, the Jutes, stuff like that.
I mean, it was
Some is from
from Latin, right? Which was used by the Roman, and the Roman did occupy England.
Every language in Europe, and I think also that goes for the entire Mediterranean, was influenced by Latin to some degree. You will find things from Latin randomly in languages that you wouldn't think had any relations to it, because the Roman Empire was, well, the Chinese Empire here. Like, for a time, not quite as long as the Chinese empires have been, so... Okay, tell me about the memeiest battle in history. Why is it the memeiest battle?
Oh, because this is the memeiest battle in history, because it was basically so the Southern Han has a large navy, like a bunch of warship and stuff, like you can see like galleons, chunks and all that, and us Vietnamese rebelling against the Rus only have canoes, and we still managed to win.
Yeah, I imagine the weather and the geography of the water probably helped.
Yeah, so basically, there's like at the end of the third period of occupation, the Ngô dynasty. This? Oh my god.
Okay, here we're back, yeah.
I keep doing that. Okay, so the Ngô dynasty, they rebelled against the Southern. So basically there was like a period of time where Chinese gonna break away after the... Was it like Tang dynasty? I cannot remember. But after some Chinese dynasty. And then, us Vietnamese rebelled against the one of the Chinese occupiers, Southern Han. And basically, the Southern Han just have like so much better navies compared to us. We just have like cars and bunch of primitive cars and canoes and Ngô Quyền, so in like the miserable state that is Vietnamese navy. He came up with a brilliant idea when he noticed that the tidal wave of the river got changed during the course of the day. So what he did is that he ordered the men to position a lot of basically like booby traps, like wooden spike around some choke points of the river, and then during when the Southern Han Navy managed to move their galleon into position, while one of the smaller Vietnamese canoes party they lure the navy into that position, and then they basically store the Southern Han Navy until the tidal wave gonna like rising down, and then basically like oh shit moment. And yeah, and all those just basically pierce through the enemy's galleon. And the thing that saved the Vietnamese Navy from having the same fate is that because our warship are just canoes and small cogs and stuff, and when all this is like get reviewed, we don't really get affected by it really much. And basically, at its best, at its worst, those wooden spikes are just, obstacles along the way. So the wooden canoe, they're like basically more maneuverable around all the trapped area. So yeah, basically consider so you could see there's like a landmine that's like lethal for the enemies, but not for our own navy. So basically, it was quite a meme because we have like a smaller navy, and basically our fighting force is like smaller, and our navy is not advanced compared to them. but we used this advantage. But we utilize our weakness and turned it into our strengths. And yeah, this battle was the decisive battle that declared us independence from 1,000 years of Chinese occupation.
Yeah, and yeah, that's I figured it was something like that. You just needed to make use of you just have to make use of the that terrain usually. Like even if that also goes for water. Like if you can use the tidal wave for stuff like like especially like now that you show me like a map like that, the river is big from what I can see, but it is still not quite as big as the sea. It's not wide open sea. So you can do stuff like, as it shows there, funneling, luring the tidal wave, funneling traps, and using that to your advantage. That's awesome.
Yeah, so you can see like the armies trying. So there's like a scout party that managed to like lure the main navy for to this trap over here, and then when they arrive over here, they get totally ambushed by our navy at once, and then when they retreat, there's like the tidal wave already subsided, and then all their warship get pretty destroyed, and they lost a lot of men, as you can imagine.
Yeah, that sounds like a total victory, just utter victory for the Vietnamese.
It was a battle that I'm really proud of.
I can see why they didn't want to invade you for like almost 500 years. After
True
that,
that.
you know.
True that. I mean, they did try it during the Yuan Dynasty or some couple of areas. There was like another period in 980 or something. They managed to invade us again, but failed once again. At least this part is like we are finally being free after 1,000 years of their occupation. So yeah, it's just really notable because of that.
Yeah, that sounds cool. I love it. I love those kinds of battles, honestly.
The memeiest part in history, Kashmir. Sorry, I
Hell yeah.
the terms. Find out more in our next episode of Dragon Ball Z. Okay.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z, yes. Warlords balkanize me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's so cool for.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
a funny.
understand.
So this is like a funny meme as well. After we managed to declare independence and managed to install our new dynasty, but then after some years it turned into this. And of course, it turned into this after a couple of years. As we just finally being free, but then it just then everything breaking apart again.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that happens way too often. Oh boy.
Cannot really
You finally defeat
manage
the
to-
big enemy, and now you have to fight each other.
Yeah, for power.
Oh, unlimited power.
Power. Yeah. So I don't know really a lot about this period of time, especially when it comes to like the other warlord. But there was like a warlord that managed to fight all the warlords together, and it was the chat that is the 30 prowess, 30 martial chat that is in Crusader Kings 3. That's right, chat. The chat that is Dimbo Link managed to lead. So he was like a really small warlord, but he has really good talent. He has really good talent, and he basically win a lot of battles against the other tribes, and just managed to win other tribes that way, conquering them by force. And yeah, Timberlink unification war. And then after they managed to unify the country in 968, he called the country, the unified Vietnamese country Viet. So there was like a period of time where Vietnam was called Viet. Sorry, I always managed to pronounce the English version. But yeah, Viet. But later on, it was renamed to Viet. So yeah, that's what happens. We have like different names during the course of history. There was like a moment in time where it was named Đại Ngô, which is a really funny name, because it's always been a funny name to me, because Đại means big and Ngô means stupid, so the name is kind of like Big Stupid.
I mean,
why would you call her because she big stupid? I don't get it. It's kind of like what do they call it? it's kind of like self-deprecation a little bit, but you shouldn't call yourself that. It's such a...
Yeah, I don't know what to add there. That sounds, yeah,
That sounds a bit funny.
that's funny. So,
Yeah.
oh boy.
I'm sure it means other things because, you know, some Vietnamese would have kind of different meanings, but, you know, it still sounds like big stupid.
As Turtle says, to lull the enemies into a false sense of security, maybe. That's true, but also, okay. Would you want to invade a country that has named itself Big Stupid? You know?
It's kind of like it's kind of like if you invade me, you're gay. Kind of fun.
Oh, yeah!
How dare you invade this big stupid over here, you big stupid.
Exactly, like it's genius. Like, okay, now that we understood this, it's actually a genius name. It is like it is so stupid that it becomes genius.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Maybe it was a strategic decision.
Yeah, maybe it was strategic, yes.
You invade me, you gay. My god, that's funny though. That's funny.
Oh, that's great. Alright, what's that bottom right image about?
Oh yeah,
Is that a festival?
Oh, I didn't manage to like put anything on there, so it's like a stock image.
Oh, okay.
I forgot.
No worries.
Forgot. Let's go.
We can go on then.
Yeah. Also, the picture on the left, on the top right, was Dimple Ling. At least like an artwork illustration of him, but fuck, it got cropped. It got cropped, and I put it on the frame, so I didn't realize that. Sorry.
It's fine. His abs are on display. That's all I need to see.
That's all I need to see. I know. Look at his abs. Oh my god, he's hot. You should see his handsome face though. Probably he would be even more hot.
Maybe you can send it to me later. Maybe even with less clothes if you want to.
Let's go. Oh my god. I mean, I'm sure, like, we have like Rule 34 on the internet, right? Anyone or anything could be sexualized. And my god, they do get sexualized, especially like, Big Tommy, King, Queen, during the reign. I'm pretty sure there's like fan art of different historical figures. I mean, to say the least, right, there's like a game called Fate Grand Order. Something like that, where they portrayed like different historical peoples. And there's like a lot of fan art about them. And in the game, they are often sexualized. So I'm just saying, #AstroBlow is best fanboy.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. I don't really play Fate Grand Order. I know enough about it though. I know, I've seen it. My favorite is MASH.
I haven't played it, but yeah. I mean, everyone probably know about AstroBlow. Just because, you know, fanboy, meme.
Anyone, yeah, Astolfo, but anyone who's into anime, I think, would have heard of Fate, because Fate is just, you know, well, probably the most popular, like, anime ever. Or like, franchise ever. So...
Yeah. Oh, Oh shit. So yeah, Timberlake, the brain was shot because he was assassinated, and he was like he do have an ear, but he was only 6 years old, so the Qing dynasty did not last long because of the power struggles. His son was only
So
6
he
years old.
united, then it got balkanized again, then it got reunited again. Is that what you're telling me?
And then it got organized again. It was succeeded by... Oh, so the Song Dynasty saw the reunification, and then Timberlake get assassinated and get replaced by his 6-year-old son. And Song Dynasty take advantage to invade us once again. And Lê Hoan, Lê Hoan, who was the commander-in-chief, yeah, I remember that part. He was the commander-in-chief of Timberlake's army. Just basically, he was just basically saying, "Hey, I'm the region now. Step up, little kid. Let me handle this situation." And then basically, he established the early Lê dynasty.
I see.
Yeah, that's why invaded, but probably they failed. So yeah.
Such a shame the Chad died so young.
The child died so young.
So
yeah.
young, so promising.
It was like a game of secretary. I mean, that someone managed to hit all the genetic lottery, but then they get assassinated by one of the pupils. It always happens in secretary. It always happens.
It does. I mean, it often happened in real life too.
Oh yeah, so after some time, the country got renamed to Vietnam around 1054.
1054.
And this game was
Okay.
like, the majority of Vietnamese history.
Yeah, I think that will be easy for me to remember. 1054.
1054, yeah. It lasted for like...
You know what I'm
8 years.
referring to? You know do you know the thing that I'm referring to that also happened in 1054?
Oh, what happened in 1054?
The great schism between Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, 1054. So that'll be easy to remember, yeah.
I thought there always have been like a schism after Eastern and Western Roman Empire fallen apart.
No, okay. So Crusader Kings makes it into a schism because it's easier than actually portraying it. Same, so turtle. It's easier to not have to portray the schism, the Great Schism, but so the history of Christianity is actually a lot more complicated. I actually learned a lot about it recently for different reasons. There have always been a lot of sects, a lot of strands of how it could have evolved into instead of this. And when it comes to the Eastern and Western Church, yes, there were differences, but generally they tended to think of themselves as one church until 1054, when the Pope actually sent someone to try to negotiate some sort of another compromise, but that emissary was very much a hardliner. instead of making a compromise, the guy ended up just throwing an anathema at the Patriarch of Constantinople. And the Patriarch of Constantinople was, of course, like, yeah, what the fuck are you doing, bitch? And he threw the anathema right back at the emissary and the Pope. And that is why that's considered the Great Schism in 1054.
I see. It's not dynastic other than religion can divide.
It was very dynamic. There were a lot of things going on, but yeah. Okay, let's go back to Vietnamese history. So even though this is Dai Viet, then why is it so balkanized then?
Balkanized? Oh, there's just different provinces. You know.
Oh, this is just different provinces. Okay, I see.
There were like some
Yeah,
other smaller tribes around the area, but they have like more autonomy, of course. And there was like this movement tribe, you know, around this area between Laos and Dai Viet as well. And there was like so during the start of EU4, it was a raid. There was like what's the word here? There was like a Queen Dowager that was like taken in charge because there wasn't like a king because her husband got assassinated. And of course, you know, someone got assassinated, big deal. But yeah, the ruler of E4 started, because she was, Nguyen Thi was basically a Queen Dowager with the Iron Breed. And I read some story about her. Apparently, she was like, she's kind of like the Margaret Thatcher of Vietnam, I think. And
oh no!
she did a lot of cool stuff, yeah, and she was like invading the Mofan people as well, trying to vassalize them, yeah. Because I remember, but I cannot recall a lot right now. And then let me see. Oh yeah, Nghi Sen was one of. So basically, she has two sons. And she was like planning to put the continuation to one of her sons, Lê Nhân Tông. Lê Nhân Tông was officially the heir, but Nghi Sen was this guy was really bad, and he has mommy issues, so he killed her. So he killed his own mom, and her life just ended from there. It was a disaster.
Oof. A big oof.
And then well, at least Lê Nhân Tông was able to take revenge against his own brother, brother with his mommy issues, and he basically banished him out of the kingdom, if I remember correctly. So yeah, that was the scenario before the EU4 for Dai Viet during EU4 started. Just, you know, if you're like curious about that.
Yeah. I was thinking of her playing again. Like, I've played Dai Viet some time ago. I don't remember how long exactly. It's been a while. I know that I've liked it though. Like, I like playing in that region. The aggressive expansion is insane though. Like, I think there's something broken with how they calculate AE there. No.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay,
History.
okay, so I'm curious, when did you guys conquer the Cham people?
Oh yeah, I was about to go into this.
Yeah, so okay, perfect. War crime Boogaloo, let's go, war crimes!
War crime. So yeah, the southern version. Basically, in Vietnamese, it's called 19. I cannot really remember a lot about this period of time, but basically, we do a lot of work, right? Just king people just basically think, hey, all the southern peoples, they look really weak, and also they got sandwiched like Khmer, and they could basically come back and invade them. What if we invade them first? It's not a war crime if nobody knows about it. So yeah, let's go to a blitzkrieg. Not really a blitzkrieg, but it's gonna last for like 8 centuries. So yeah, 8 centuries of us conquering the Japanese people. And oh boy, that's a lot of war crime. Yeah, basically it's Vietnamese colonialism.
Is that discussed, like, that's a question I wanted to ask. Do the Cham people, do they still exist in Vietnam? Are they like, still a kind of a separate group, or are they like integrated into Vietnamese culture?
Yeah, they still do exist, but they're kind of like a minority now, unfortunately.
Yeah. And how is the so how is the conquest of the Cham portrayed? Is it portrayed just, oh yeah, we just kind of conquered them and that nothing else is said, or
The sad thing about our history lesson is that it does not really portray war crime very well. I mean, when you're like playing, yeah. So,
I don't know of a national history that does that. So
yeah, basically, in the history book, it just, the thing only being said is like, hey, our country's strong. We invade these weaker nations and we managed to win against them, so we expanded our border. And who's a stronger Vietnamese? And it just doesn't really tell a lot about war crimes and what could have happened. Maybe they don't even document that in the history book. Probably they don't even document all those war crimes in the history books. So yeah, I would imagine not a lot of those are like knowns. But yeah, they used to be like, so Champa used to be like a Hinduist kingdom, a really seafaring kind of peoples. But yeah, I guess they focus a lot on sea naval warfare, and they do have a lot of spice trade, but that's the only thing that I know about Champa. Like before David conquers them.
No worries. I see you also conquered there a fair bit of Khmer territory, previously Khmer territory.
Yeah.
That is now Cambodia.
Yeah, so after
I don't think some of that is still
Cambodia.
your actual borders today, right? Like this darker blue, that's Cambodia's today, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is to like extend all the way further than that. For the Thanh region, the lighter gray, they are a bit more autonomous. We just don't care about them that much. Just tribal territories, yeah.
Yeah. Unlike in EU4, where you hire mercenaries and let them tank the attrition, and you just conquer them, it's 3 dev, whatever, who gives a shit?
In EU4, it's just so exaggerated, so when I play David, I play like Thai Viet 5 times in U4. Of course, I know. When I play Thai Viet, every time I conquer Champa, it just one or two wars. So the war between Thai Viet and Champa in U4, it only lasts like 30 years at most. But yeah, in theory, in real life, it lasted for like hundreds of years. So as you can see, we only get to like around here, around Nha Trang, by 1700. So yeah.
Yeah, it takes a lot longer usually to conquer. Like it's actually much rarer. Like if Mongol Empire was perfect time, perfect place, perfect tactics, perfect generals for what they needed to do.
Yeah.
So that's how they managed to do it in a short time. If you're trying to conquer established kingdoms that are pretty stable overall, it's harder, yeah. It takes.
I mean, the thing about the Mongol Empire is that they didn't manage to hold into their territories though. And they didn't do an effort to integrate them. Unlike smaller but slower conquests like this, where it's like focus a lot on integration, and yeah, we do a lot of culture conversions around this stage when it happened. So yeah, it's a lot of erasures of Japanese culture. I mean, right now we still have a lot of older Chan temples, still being preserved to this day, but a lot of cultures of Chan peoples are lost with times. Because we did some, we spent some birth metaphors to convert all those cultures, Gotta have some extra economy in this bitch.
Yeah, did a little bit of an oopsie. Accident. It was just an accident, I promise. As far as I understand, with the Mongols, they did want to integrate it. The problem is it's a huge territory. That's one thing. The other thing is that their style of succession, and that is that you had to elect the biggest Khan. You needed to elect the biggest bitch on the block from the eligible heirs. And there were usually a lot of heirs, so that's why it just kind of balkanized eventually, because all the heirs ended up fighting each other. There wasn't... If the Mongol Empire could have potentially survived if there was a long enough succession of strong primary heirs. And then we might have seen a lot more even more war crimes than they have done. But over a much larger territory. Instead, things just kind of fell apart, So yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Interesting.
So I guess you guys at Siam were pretty much like equal in terms of strength. You did win that war, but I imagine it wasn't just so a simple win, right?
Yeah, probably. I don't really know a lot about history around this period, but I imagine Champa is mostly focused on their navy. That's why they kind of lose the battle against your land infantry when we decided to invade them. But yeah, other than that, that's just my theory though. I can't remember. They don't even teach any details about this southern expansion on our history books, unfortunately.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I wonder why.
Yeah, the truth is, it's a mystery why they would not want to teach something like that.
To bury the war crime, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So what's next? Oh, Le Dynasty.
Yeah,
Is
it's
that how it's
considered
pronounced?
the greatest dynasty in Vietnam, but we have like limited time, so I don't want to get too deep into them.
Yeah.
And
Ah,
there was
yes,
like
this is the Tonkin Annam civil war that you tried to prevent in
the
EU4.
Tonkin Annam is this one.
Ah, okay.
It's
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. It's that one. But yeah, Denmark is an earlier civil war than that. So yeah, you can even. Oh, I haven't changed the date. Oh yeah. Oh, oof. Editing error. Yeah. I haven't changed the date.
No worries. You can change it now if...
I guess I can. Hold on. Denmark was 55 to 1592. Alright, let me change this real quick. Legend is a bit later than that. I just want to confirm. Yeah. Oof. Yep. Okay. There we go. Oh, gosh dang it. Even though. There we go.
What's going on?
Stop streaming.
Okay.
Stop streaming it.
It's fine. The scuff. The chat. You like the scuff, right? I have not seen a chat that doesn't like scuff. So.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of funny to see streamers like fumbling and, you know, trying to preserve a thing that is like not in the script. Could be a bit funny. Stream could be really chaotic sometimes.
Yeah, our suffering is funny. Like my favorite streamer likes to say, "I am ever, as always, your dancing monkey." You know.
Oh my god. So yeah, I don't really know much about this Civil War period. Cannot remember much.
The most important part is that it was Le Dynasty and Mac Dynasty. Mac?
Yeah, Mac Dynasty. Le Dynasty and Mac Dynasty.
No, that's fair. So you had two big civil wars between the North and the South.
Oh, Le Dynasty and this rebel were forced into exile in Lansang. Interesting. I can't remember this one, so I'm just gonna do it briefly, you know.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's go to the next one. It's so cool to see that there was a very long... this was even longer, jeez.
Yeah, Legend is a bit iconic too. But yeah, my brain's it still keep failing me. But yeah, still two sides are laid in this southern side and Qing lords. So it was called Role Chua Qing, and Qing are the lords that rebelled against the ruling Le Dynasty. So yeah, we don't really call our country Annam, by the way. Annam is actually, funnily enough, Annam is an old name. It was an old name that got invented by the Chinese people. That was like calling Dai Viet back then when it was like when it was like under their control during the 1,000 years of occupations. So it was called Annam because An means peace and Nam means south, so pacify south. So that's why they call it Annam.
I see.
Yeah, and
Okay.
for me, I was a bit triggered by David was being called Anna because it kind of signified that, we used to be, I guess, this just a land belongs to the Chinese peoples, I guess. I don't know why they call it Annam. Like, there was like a period of time where French Indochina was also being called Annam, so one of the regions being called Annam and
Probably that. That's probably those are probably the sources that Paradox used when they were making this. But this was before Paradox Tinto, I think.
Yeah.
And they were.
Paradox is a bit insensitive about calling David Annam, I would say.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Dutch General. Dutch General is saying hi. In Twitch chat.
Oh, hi there, Dashiro. Thanks for coming to my... please do repeat our talk show. We had a lot of fun today. Yeah, it probably streaming for like 3 hours, by the way. And I haven't managed to cut into like modern history yet. So yeah, for this part of history, I don't really know that well, so we are gonna skip away it. All the, like most I guess,
I get the point. Like, in long civil wars, yeah, that's and
hey,
not exactly easy.
It got portrayed in new form, so I mean, apart from the late dynasty being called Anna, that was weird.
Yeah, I will say that every time I've tried to play Daviet, I've successfully managed to avoid this civil war. So rest assured, I'm a proper Vietnamese nationalist. Okay, I'm a proper Vietnamese nationalist. I make history better. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, pacify this civil war, prevent the civil war from happening is pretty easy. Like pro at UFO, which civil war never happened to me in like during 5 times I playing to Daviet campaign. It's pretty easy, but it kind of takes some time to like trying to prevent it, so to say.
Yeah, it's not the hardest thing. It's not the hardest challenge, definitely, but it's mostly that it takes some time. I have seen the AI fail it. I have seen the AI succeed, and I have seen the AI fail. So,
like, a lot of the times AI don't really. I guess they are not coded to like do a specific thing. Like managing to prevent the civil war is like a really specific thing. Like you have to change your government, like your estate things a bit in order to prevent that.
You have to change your estates. You need to get more crown land.
Yeah.
Some other stuff I think too. I'm not sure. I haven't played in a while, so I don't know the details. Although honestly, it's as you said, this isn't the hardest thing to do. It's nothing compared to the Mali challenge.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about it, like, there's like a rising rebel warlords, right? So yeah, you have to. It kind of makes sense. You have to have enough crown land to prevent it from happens, and you have to basically make the noble less powerful, so they wouldn't rise up against your ruling dynasty. Kind of portray it on the game you are writing.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the history, a bit more about
Oh yeah,
French
after that?
China.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay. There was like a period of time when Daviet managed to expand a bit more during the Nguyen dynasty and the late dynasty. Still the southern expansion going on, and the Nguyen kinda make things a bit even more extreme. Oh yeah, I forgot about Yuan invading our country. I didn't manage to make a slide. I didn't manage to make a slide about the Yuan invading our dynasty. But it was like 12 something, during the 1200. The other Yuan, the Mongol Yuan invaded Thai Viet, but we did like a interesting strategy to counter them. And basically, we're gonna like retreat our troop back to the countryside when they managed to invade our capital, and when they just really marched their troops to our capital without any resistance. And yeah, they were like, hey, how are we like conquering this Thai Viet nation this easily and quickly? And then when they reached Dai La, which is the capital city, it was empty. It was straight up empty, and we call this strategy "Vườn không nhà trống." Yuan dynasty. Just so you know, this ruling Mongol dynasty.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So they reached the capital city of Dai La, and it was like no people there, and it was like they have like a full sense of security, and then they basically camped there for a while, and then just overnight we managed to rise up and kill all of them where they're like celebrating inside the capital, and they were like so oblivious to even like they were so oblivious to even like fight back. And I cannot remember the details, but probably they do send their armies to invade, but then after a while they only put in a force to like garrison the region, and then that's when we're like starting to strike against the invaders. We just basically rise up one night and kill all of them. Oh my, that's some war crime. I know, right? I know. Hello, Mr. Man. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's just good strategy when you're dealing with an overwhelming force. Guerrilla warfare and hashtag guerrilla wins.
Yeah,
Something like that.
it was more memorable to me that one time. Yeah, we won against the Mongols.
I mean,
Hey,
it's a really good story.
achievement. It's like one of our country biggest achievements. So everyone just know about that. So yeah.
Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense if it wasn't like a big story.
I tried Mali once. Definitely a bit off more than I could chew. Oh yeah, I have some plan to play Mali, like a couple months ago, but I didn't manage to start it. I managed to start like a anime save game for Mali, but I didn't manage to play through it. Probably it could be really fun, as I want to like start playing the African region in EU for real. But because I was like so focused on Southeast Asia. So all the country that I played in EU for before, 5 times I beat. And there was like one time I played Champa, and it was like kinda hard against Thai Viet and surrounding neighbors. One time I tried Majapahit, it's still ongoing. I managed to become a great power with Majapahit. And one time it was Japan. So when I was playing Japan, I was like going with the fastest farm kind of deal, and I don't really manage all the Japanese territory. I just made like a vast swarm and divide the land between, different Japanese warlords, which kind of like reminiscence of, feudal serf era kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, generally, you don't want to play. So, if you play Japan, you want to unify, most of it. But if you want to keep playing the daimyos, you don't annex everyone. You don't quote unquote unite Japan. You just go forward, and conquer other stuff. Like I've seen people do world conquests with that kind of strategy.
I mean, the rule of thumb for most countries in EU4 is that you just straight up annex other people's, but there's like some exception to the rules, like Japan, where you can do like a what versus swarm kind of tactics. I guess Austria, in a sense, as they have the Holy Roman Empire mechanic, And even the Ottomans, they have with the new update, they have the vassals kind of deal.
Yeah, the aelets. Yeah.
But yeah.
There
was like a period
when I played Japan, the worst part of playing Japan for me is trying to beat Korea, because I play pretty slowly. I'm not exactly like, super conquest whatever focused. So when I get to Korea, they have defensive ideas usually. And that makes them, hell, you lose so much to attrition. It is horrible to try to conquer them. Like, you have to rush conquering Korea.
Historically, Korea has been really defensive nation. Especially their geography, they have a river that divide them between China and Korea, and mostly the territories on land are mostly mountains, and it's so hard to conquer.
I mean, the Japanese would probably have conquered Korea, or would have at least been able to entrench themselves before the Ming came. If it weren't for the Korean admiral, who basically made the logistics of that kind of thing impossible.
I heard about that.
Because the Japanese were pretty soundly defeating Koreans on the battlefield.
They have 8 turtle ships. They have 8 turtle ships that they managed to win against the entire Japanese navy, just because they take advantage of a choke point on a river.
Yeah. That admiral was insanely strong. He was so strong. And then they imprisoned him for a while because of court politics, and immediately they started losing. So they had to bring him back to start winning again. So so the thing is, the Japanese had a huge advantage in terms of their military personnel, because at the time, I think that was still Hideyoshi Toyotomi's reign. He was the second unifier of Japan, or maybe it was still Oda Nobunaga. No, I think it was Hideyoshi, and he had a huge number of military ready and experienced soldiers, and if he didn't send them to do something, it would not have gone well for him. Because, the Japanese were fighting for almost a century at that point, or a bit longer, the Sengoku Jidai. So invading Korea was kind of a logical choice, and that meant that they simply had much better troops. They couldn't beat Ming China, probably in terms of quantity, but if it weren't for that general, the Korean general, it's pretty likely that Japan could have conquered Korea then, if not gone harder. They had an insane plan. They wanted to try to conquer Beijing as fast as possible. you know,
Yeah,
and it caused the
Japanese-
collapse of the Ming.
Yeah, like Japanese always have some plan against like China and Korea. Like, I mean, they managed to do it over time. As they have some
Yeah,
conflict too.
they sure did it that time. Yeah, yeah, they did it in the 1930s.
I know history. Why Japan would have been like a more formidable force during World War II if they managed to win early like that.
Yeah. Okay, let's stop your talk. Let's talk about the French occupation, the war crimes occupation.
Yeah, I forgot about like the Nguyen Dynasty, you know. So the Nguyen Dynasty managed to like basically conquer all the Indochina and basically our territory do consist of Laotians and Cambodian territory. So when the French start invading Vietnam, they were also occupying the Laotian and the Cambodian territories, which was belong to the Nguyen Dynasty. So I just want to add that. Add that detail.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, so you were the strongest power in Southeast Asia at the time then, right?
Yeah.
And not the Siamese. Okay.
Where's the China? Oh yeah, they installed like a after so it was like during the Nguyen Dynasty and they lost. So after that they installed like a puppet king and they installed like a puppet king Emperor Bao Dai, and he was like the last Nguyen Dynasty emperor. So yeah. Oh yeah, so yeah, during the Nguyen Dynasty, we managed to declare ourselves empire, an empire, quote unquote. Let me check back. It was during this brief period, where it's called Đại Nam, during 1839, all the way to
1945, yeah.
Oh, 1839 was actually... Yeah, so it wasn't the time when they invaded. I just want to make sure. 1839. So yeah, after that we declared an empire and we call it Đại Nam. I guess basically...
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to look into the details about the name. You know, after 1887 is during the French occupation, so it got renamed to Dong Suong.
Yeah, I get you.
But yeah, there's a lot to say about French Indochina, like a lot.
Please do tell everything, every war crime ever. I hate the French, so I would love to hear.
We hate the French. I mean, they do a lot of good things to us. Like they develop the infrastructure and change our culture a bit. They introduce Latin into our language. That's a lot of things that they do, and they manage to like develop our railway system. But apart from that, they do turn our country into a giant plantation. So it's like mostly coffee and rubber plantation.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yes, they did do some, like we had a brief time where the French ruled here as well, and they introduced a fair few good things, but also, you know, like they razed my town to the ground. Well, not quite to the ground, but they razed it because my town was resisting their rule, for example.
I hate the French! Our homies hate the French!
Yes.
Basically everyone in Europe be like, oh my god, French people, now I'm triggered.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so tell me more. So what? Okay, they were doing a plantation, but how was their rule besides that? Did anything specific happen? How did it? How did you guys resist it? For that matter.
You just for a bit beyond time you sound pretty Russian. Anyways, so they basically drain our country a bit dry. Yeah, they drain our country a lot. They use, so basically it's kind of like slavery. A lot of it is like slavery, and they kind of they drafted the children and the people to work on the plantation. So that was a lot of cruel stuff that they do, and it's kind of like really hyperbolical. Like there was a period of time that it's like a large majority of Vietnamese people, they don't have names because they're being born into this situation. They got taken by the government when they are like still children and raised by the government, and they were like raised in a plantation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so a lot of people were nameless, and they were born and served as serfs, as slaves, and it's so it turns out to be like a burden to administrate for the French. So our French overlord finally decided to give everyone a chance for all the nameless peoples to choose their name for the first time, and there was like a ballot and there was like a lot of different names each person can choose, but a lot of the people just ended up choosing Nguyen. So that's the reason why there's a lot of Vietnamese people named Nguyen, just because of this specific reason.
I see.
Yeah, like it's like 50% of our Vietnamese people are like last name is like Nguyen, and it was for a reason. And just because Nguyen is like the last ruling dynasty of Vietnam, so a lot of people just happen to want to name themselves the last ruling dynasty. Probably, for multiple reasons, like, maybe it's like maybe they think they're like the last resistant or the last remain of the dynasty, something like that. So everyone just named themselves Nguyen. It was kind of like a trend. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense. It's kind of a cool hip thing to do, So yeah.
Cool name to register while you resist to the French. Yeah. Oh yeah, that was like a popular story during the French Indochina called Lao Hak. So it was basically just translate the two like old man Hak, and it was like so in short, it was like basically a story about how a family got divided, and how an old man grieved himself to death because of the French government. So yeah, this old guy, basically the entire family of him is kind of like dead, and he only has like one grandson left, and that grandson, he got drafted by the government to the plantation plant, so basically nobody was like around to take care of this old guy, and he has to take care for himself. And so it would be really lonely for him. But he has a pet dog named Goat Fang. He had a pet dog, and basically Goat Fang translated to English means golden boy or something like that. It's kind of like you're my
see.
golden boy.
Good boy.
Yeah, but then basically he has no money. He don't really get any money, and he really cannot work because he's old. And at some point he was like drafted into the plantation as well. But yeah, he was too weak to work, so the government don't really care much about him. But yeah, he cannot really earn a living during this time, and he basically had to sell all of his possession in order to keep himself at least alive. And at one point, he sold everything, and to the point that he had to sell his pet, the golden boy, and then yeah, he lost everything, and even then he still don't have enough money to live, and he lost his golden boy, and basically life has no meaning to him anymore, and he basically starved to death during this harsh time. And it was really a really sad story.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate.
There's like a lot of story. There's like a lot of story people written during this harsh occupation, and our history do talk about this a lot because it kinda like create nationalism and all of that. There was like a period where the French missionaries kind of shows, and they're like doing a bit of like conversion therapy, to convert people to be Catholic and all that.
Yay.
So that's why that's why Catholicism is also one of the major religion here in Vietnam. And it still stays to this day, because we do have freedom of religion and all of that after the revolution. So yeah, majority before majority of religion was Buddhism or Confucianism, and yeah, that's like a hybrid between Catholicism and Buddhism called Taoism, which is very unique take on everything, and I'll get into it in a bit.
Yes,
Yeah.
drink.
I try to remember all the details because there's a lot.
There's a lot, yeah.
There's a lot of different.
Religion is top tier cringe for real, Mod says. Well, yeah.
It is kinda. I mean, my family is still staunch Buddhist, but I still have to like pray along with them and all that. But at least when it comes to Buddhism, it doesn't force people in your family to stay Buddhist. I mean, you still have to at least, do the thing with your family, but it doesn't require you to stay like that if you're like, basically away from your family You don't have the obligation to do those kind of stuff. I mean, most of the time you do, but you don't have to go to the temples every time. You still have, the freedom of thought. From what I see, like Catholicism is they kind of force people to stay within the religion and all of that, and you cannot really convert yourself into a different religion. You align with Catholicism during your childhood and all that.
Yeah.
Doesn't allow you to convert. So yeah. So there was some black revolution, and there was Tyson. Oh yeah, Fun Boy Joe. There was a guy. So before Ho Chi Minh, there's a guy called Fun Boy Joe who managed to create a party called Việt Nam Quốc dân Đảng. Basically, it was translated to Vietnamese Nationalist Party. So yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, and they basically beat nationalists. I can't remember much about them, but they managed to create a bit of revolution here and there. And there was a revolution. There was a revolution called Sweden or something like that. Yeah, Sweden. Sweden Hoi. The Sweden group managed to revolt for a bit, but yeah, it goes nowhere. But it kind of shows people that we do have some spirit to fight back against the French occupation. So, so Ho Chi Minh. You guys all know about him.
Of course I know Ho Chi Minh, yeah. Okay, can you just say in chat, Maud is saying a bit more. Some are tolerable, but most are cringe. Yeah, there is one that's based, it's called Zoroastrianism. But also, yeah, religion has caused me specifically a lot of problems. This is why I'm so against it. It ain't a good thing, and a side tested US from my experience. Yeah, we coming up to America. Well, yeah, I'm not exactly I don't think it's bad for people to believe in something about themselves, but the US evangelism creeps me the fuck out. I'll be real. Yes, I'm already not a fan of Catholicism and stuff like that, but US evangelism, awful. Sorry,
Yeah, the Mormon people. I heard a lot of horror story about people who follow Mormon, and there was ex-Mormon talking about those kind of stuff, and it's kind of like a cult from what I've heard.
But arguably all religions are like that, but yeah, that definitely goes for Mormonism. I'm not just talking about Mormonism though, I'm talking about even the more general, like Pentecostals, Baptists, Methodists, all of those that are more popular, but they all have that same, some of the same ideas that are kind of just very creepy, the idea that if you're rich, you're morally good. That's kind of a big tenet there, and it's terrible. That very idea is just terrible, and it came from Calvinism, from John Calvin. But okay, yeah, that's the religious history of Europe. Let's get back here. This guy called Ho Chi Minh.
Oh, Ho Chi Minh. Yeah, I was about to say that, a lot of times, religion is anti-intellectual, and sometimes even spite a lot of racist and problematic ideas that, like people following a religion have some sort of like superiority complex to other people who are like not following their religion. It's like, oh my god, it's better than your god, this kind of deal. And it just, I mean, it's like a thing that is like really make people hate each other, and they, make people declare war upon each other most of the time.
Yeah, religion and nationalism. Nationalism in modern
nationalism before it was cool, yeah.
Yeah. So Ho Chi Minh is he the nationalist in this story? Is he the, I'm joking. Don't take me seriously. Please go on. I want to hear more about him.
So Ho Chi Minh, he basically, see the nationalist. Actually, there was like a short story about him running the nationalist group, Vietnam Quốc dân Đảng, in 1922. So you're not wrong there. But he changed that. So yeah, basically he was born in some kind of like rich family, where he does have some time in his childhood to study a lot about things, and by that fortunate kind of like background, he managed to find troubles within the current regime, and he wants to change it. He has a big vision to kind of change everything about like liberate our peoples against the ruling overlords. So when he turned 18, I can't remember, 18, right? He decided to travel the world, and basically he wanted to go to Europe, because Europe is kind of like an advanced country, and basically there has been like a lot of evolution, like there's like a lot of revolution. He knows about Europe, he learns about Europe and all the different revolutions and different kind of like what do I call this? Different kind of idea, They're kind of idea. So we have like
ideologies, different ideologies.
Yeah, ideologies. Thank you. I have this problem with my ADD. Sometimes I forgot words. Ideology.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Oh, the cool thing about Ho Chi Minh is that he has a lot of different voice. No, not voice. He has a lot of different names. So, he was called Nguyễn Sinh Cung during his childhood. So that was his birth name. But he managed to change a lot of different names. But the three names that is like the most popular is Nguyễn Sinh Cung, which is his birth name, and then Nguyễn Ái Quốc. He changed his name to Nguyễn Ái Quốc because the name kind of means Nguyễn is Nguyễn, right? And then I means love, and Quốc means country. So he just basically changed his name to I love my country. You can see a bit of nationalism there, probably.
Yeah. And the third name that's most popular, I imagine, is the one that even I know, which is Ho Chi Minh.
Oh, Ho Chi Minh. Oh, that's like a clip of his voice in the Wikipedia.
Tất cả mọi người đều sinh ra có.
Oh, there's the Declaration of Independence from Ho Chi Minh. So yeah, after
That's pretty cool, yeah.
yeah, after he managed to lead the country and managed to declare themselves independence away from French occupation. This what he says to
quyền bình đẳng,
people.
tạo hóa cho họ những quyền không ai có thể xâm phạm được. Trong những quyền ấy có quyền được sống.
So basically, it's talking about a lot about hey, we independent now and we have rights. We have rights to our citizens, including the rights of life, the rights of freedom, and all that. But yeah, I won't go too much into it.
Mm-hmm.
And during his lifetime, so he was working. So he wants to go out there in the world in order to study ideologies. And so he first visited France because, obviously, go to the overlord country to study what is. In order to win against enemies, first you have to study its weakness. So yeah, you have to go to. That's what Sun Tzu say, probably. So he have to go into France to study a bit about communism and stuff, and socialism in France. He was so during his trip, so he has to go into a ferry trip from all the way to Vietnam to France, and during the time of the trip, he had to serve as the kitchen helper in the ship. It was a merchant ship, and the ship departed on 5th of June 1911. 1911. He was born in 1890, so he was 21 years old. I see. 21 years old. And
yeah, makes sense. And of course, even though he was a son of a rich, a Vietnamese family, he still needed to work the kitchen on the ship because I imagine probably, racism played a part of it.
Yeah. And then, there was a brief period of time where he was working in France, and then sometime over there he got to New York City and worked at a restaurant, and he was in Paris again when he's working as in a hotel, and then there was a period of time when he was in Britain and in Italian as well, doing some couple jobs. And then after he studied enough ideologies, he go back to the country. Not really go back to the country, but he go a little bit of side trip to China, and then he basically got arrested by the Kuomintang Chinese nationalists because they were founding a political activists around the country during the Kuomintang regimes. So yeah, he managed to get caught in the crossfire, and there was a time when he was studying different ideologies. So he was pondering if he should implement democracy or socialism, or socialism / communism in order to help his country. But and then after a while he kind of went with socialism instead of democracy, because socialism is a bit more fitting for the situation at hand, because you have all the, how you have the struggles with the peasantry, with, basically being served as slave and served to the French overlord. And basically socialism mixed a bit with nationalism was the idea of choice here. It's basically a bit more marketable for Vietnamese peasants. So yeah, that's why he kind of went with that system.
Yeah.
And then he also meet with Phan Bội Châu and other revolutionaries when he came back to Vietnam. He met with other revolutionaries like Phan Bội Châu and Phan Châu Trinh. And as I mentioned, there was like a period of time where he kind of like he was like working under the Sweden group, basically the nationalist group. First it was Vietnamese nationalist group, but then after some time they decided to change it to make it a bit more socialist, to be a bit more marketable to the people. So yeah, and then the revolution happens. Basically, let me see what's the year, because I cannot remember. Returned to China in 1938. 1939. Oh, he was even served under Chinese military in 1939 when he was like returning to China and he got arrested. But then in 1940, Ho and his supporter established League for Vietnamese Independence. So it was called Viet Minh. It was like, it was called Viet Minh, and Viet Minh just basically alliance of Vietnamese peoples. And yeah, first it wasn't really called Vietnamese Socialist Communist Party, but it was, basically called Viet Minh, Alliance of Vietnamese People against the French overlord.
It was probably like, we're all we're all in this together, and then later he pulled the rug under them, and it's like, here we go, socialism.
Here we go, socialism. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. So I'm guessing it's really only after World War II. Because the Japanese occupation, how bad was the Japanese occupation? Did they occupy? I think they did occupy French Indochina, right?
Yeah, so the French was like occupying Vietnam during World War II, and let me check back on this. So during a period of time, Japan was like invading French, and then they took over the occupation, and then it goes to Japanese occupation. And oh boy, the Japanese, let's just say they don't really have long terms for us Vietnamese peoples. Instead they kind of rob us. They're so heavy, so a lot of our food we have to pay tribute to a lot of our food to the Japanese, and we have to convert all of our farmlands to cotton plantation for the Japanese. And it was basically really horrible, and it created a really big famine. How do you pronounce this word?
Famine.
Famine. It creates a really big famine, and Let me check back on this famine.
That must have radicalized a bunch of people.
Yeah, there was like basically 1 million people died.
Yeah.
Famine between 400,000 and 2 million people I estimate to have starved to death. So yeah, estimated 1 million, which is horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's horrible. What can I say? Like, the Japanese were horrible in their colonies. Like, in all of their
Yeah.
colonies. So.
Like they rob our countries dry. Like from what I've heard, like they do a lot of war crimes in China. Like like the rape of there was like a battle called the rape of Nanking, and it was called a rape instead of a battle for a reason. They basically destroyed Nanking, and from what I've heard, just raised Nanking to the ground and raped women and children. It was pretty horrible, yeah. And there was also like with India, there was like a corps, military corps, Japanese military corps in India, and when it comes to their doctrine, Japanese doctrine, they kind of like focus a lot about self-sustain kind of thing. So far the Japanese were like invading other countries, camping in other countries. They don't really receive a lot of logistics or supplies from their home countries, but instead the Japanese soldiers have to make do and farm the lands and all of that. So there's been like a lot of desperation. They even treat their Japanese soldiers bad. Even the Japanese emperor treats their Japanese soldiers bad. So you can imagine how they treated other people's worldwide. And there was like a story of the Japanese soldiers occupied a part of India, and they were like recruiting Indian soldier people to fight along their side as well. And a lot of times when they're like, so the Japanese soldiers run out of supplies, and they have some Indian troops in their ranks, and they decide to kill off the Indian troops, and basically they cannibalize those Indian troops. And it was like such a horrible story coming from Japan.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say, really. It's not something that's usually talked about here that much. Like, we do mention this kind of thing. We don't really go that far into details or much into details, but we do mention that the Japanese did horrible war crimes. That we do. It's just general though, because we're more focused on the Nazi war crimes, so which is understandable since we here were suffering from those Nazi war crimes instead.
Yeah, it's really comparable, the Japanese Nazi regime. Yeah, especially they have like a secret research facility called Unit something, like Unit 944 or something.
Yeah. What was it? Unit 171, Unit 711, something like that. Yeah, they did some really horrible shit, and the Japanese government even today still doesn't really accept the blame for what happened and for that unit, I believe. So yeah, Fuck that shit. Fuck those guys.
Fuck the Japanese. Oh, we hate the Japanese. Basically, the entire Asia.
Yep.
The funny thing about the Japanese is that, like recently, Vietnam and Japan has been a trade partner. Yeah, so Vietnam does have a lot of different trade partners, but we do have trade partnership with the Japanese. So the Japanese, China, Taiwan, and oh shit, I mentioned Taiwan in my stream. Time for me to get cancelled. And we have trade partnership with Korea. Yeah, basically those 4 countries. Hey, they kind of like the Sinosphere, I guess. Yeah. What comes around comes around.
Yep.
But yeah, it's funny how
Yeah.
they're like partnership with Japan after all this happened.
I mean, it's pragmatism. It usually is like part of it is pragmatism, part of it is just that. For all we can say, life just goes on. You know, like.
Yeah. I mean, they changed.
You know.
They changed. They got invaded by, and they got blast the shit out of 2 nuclear bombs for them to consider the changing their mind. But yeah, they did change for the better.
To be fair, they probably didn't need to have had the bombs thrown at them, those bombs. They were probably going to surrender anyway because they didn't want to get invaded by the Soviets. But yeah, the bombs were definitely a message.
Yeah. So yeah,
Okay, so
I guess
so
by
what
Japanese surrendering kind of like makes us independent, and during from 1945 to 1941 there was like a independence movement in 19 there was like a application the application of Empress Baodai, basically a public king for the Japanese Empire. So during his abdication in August, Ho Chi Minh read the Declaration of Independence. So yeah, as you just heard, before. In the 2nd September of 1945, and under the name of Democratic Republic of Vietnam. So yeah, basically, hey, we socialist now. And then there's also, but after the declaration, there was like a rivalry between there's still rivalry with some French force that is still left. And some Vietnamese faction, other Vietnamese faction. So let me see here.
Yeah, there were more troubles ahead. The French didn't want to let go. I mean, why do the French ever want to let go? They don't like letting go.
They came back, but yeah. Made a compromise to this other study and doing. I can't remember this part a lot. Oh, there's like a rivalry between Vietnamese and the Alliance Party and the nationalist movement, rival nationalist movement in 1945, 1946 in the Trotskyists. So yeah, all these occupation boogaloo, there's like some power struggles between all these different parties.
Yeah, as usual. As usual.
And then
Yeah, that's cool.
and then Vietnam War happened because there was like a civil war between the northern side and the southern side, and it happens. The southern side is more Republican, when the northern side is a bit communistic and socialistic in general. So yeah, and basically two sides fought it out, and which side won? You know, the side that won kind of get into the history book, right? So, you know, not a lot of things is like, not a lot of things in our history book is, you know, it's written, you know, in the South Vietnamese kind of lens. And basically most of it is like Southern Vietnam is like being occupied by the US militant and all these like American war. So in our perspective, when I like put in history, it's like the American war. It's like basically the Vietnamese against the American. But you know, historically it's like more complicated than that, you know. It's like different faction fighting against each other, and the Vietnamese communists and the Vietnamese Republicans fighting in a faction war, and the Soviet supported the Soviet and the Chinese supported the northern side pretty much. You know, after, you know, Mao Zedong kind of managed to unify the whole country. And the South Vietnam was backed by American and their allies. So, you know, the Australian and the South Korean, all those people.
Yeah. And you guys attacked from Laos and Cambodia as well, because of the jungles, right?
Yeah, and so during the war, the North Vietnam side decided to invade Laos, and so we basically make the Laos to be, you know, compliant under us, and we kind of established like something called Ho Chi Minh Trail, and it's like a backdoor to, you know, get into South Vietnam in many different directions, not just directly to the, you know, border. So that was a thing that Ho Chi Minh do, you know, kind of like guerrilla warfare kind of style and stuff. And there was like an organization called Vietcong. That's the correct pronunciation. But yeah, Vietcong was basically Vietnamese communist rebels that operates under South Vietnamese regime, and it was like under collaboration with the Northern Vietnamese communists as well. Vietcong was just a rebel group, but they are like in collaboration with you know, Northern Vietnamese. So yeah, that's basically what Vietcong is.
Gotcha. And you basically made the war hell on earth for the Americans. Although they tried their best to make it hell on earth for you guys as well, from what I know.
Yeah, there's like a lot of talk about like what kind of war crimes that the Americans did. So to name a few, they napalm the shit out of the jungles, and that create a lot of environmental damage. Not just napalm, they drop tons of toxic chemicals to kill off the jungles. And they drop something. They drop something called Agent Orange. Have you heard of that?
Yes, I have heard of Agent Orange.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it though.
Yeah, in Vietnam we call it chất độc màu da cam, and there's still a lot of people that are living to this day that is like that are still disabled because of Agent Orange. So yeah.
I imagine, considering the name, I imagine it's done some pretty bad shit to people.
Yeah, it basically like makes their limbs fall off. It just makes their limbs fall off, and along with other stuff. I cannot remember the details, but a lot of people with who are infected with Agent Orange, they have their limbless thrown away. It's like so hard for them.
Yeah.
And there's like a lot of war crime that they did, and you know that one song that they say something like "Napalm save the kids." That one famous song. Just that song alone described the war crime. Even the Americans were like horrified about their own war crime that they like doing. So that was something.
Gotcha. I see. So, but in the end, you guys still won.
Yeah, at the end, I guess the communist side won, and the southern side. We don't talk about southern side because for our government, the southern side is like they're kind of like so you don't talk about them, because if you talk about them, it's kind of like the Confederate. It's kind of like the Confederate in America. We don't talk about them.
Yeah, understandable. You don't talk about the collaborators and the assholes. It's kind of inconvenient.
Yeah, those pro-slavery people, we don't talk about them. There's like a song about the Confederacy, but I forgot. Okay.
Probably for the best. Probably for the best. Is that the end of the presentation, or is there something more?
So
I think it's pretty late for you. It's like what, 2 a.m. for you?
yeah,
So
I have to finish this though. So there's a lot of human growth, Vietnamese and civilians. Vietnamese civilian 3 million. So estimated is like 1 million to 3 million Vietnamese soldiers and civilians killed. 300,000 Cambodians. Oh yeah, there was like a Cambodian civil war, and it was also part of the Vietnamese civil war. It was also part of the Vietnamese American War as well.
yeah, I believe in particular Henry Kissinger was very trigger happy to bomb not just Vietnamese but also Cambodians. And the Laosi.
Because they think they make
Cambodians in particular, but a bit of Laosi as well, yeah. Fuck Kissinger, by the way. So glad he's dead.
We basically like support the Khmer Rouge, and basically probably you know a little bit about Khmer Rouge, right? They kind of like some people.
I know a bit. They were a bit too extremist, yeah.
They're really extremists, yeah. They don't like classes, and basically during the short 4 years of their regime, they managed to kill 25% of their population just because of their fucking insane batshit regime. That was insane.
Yeah, there's a difference between trying to do socialism or communism and the
Yeah.
difference
The
between
funny thing
killing
is
a quarter
that
of your population.
the funny thing is that our government supported Khmer Rouge in the Civil War, but we
Yeah.
have no clue about their intention. We have no clue. And we thought they just like a socialist group, just like us, right? Trying to liberate their countries. You know, similar struggles.
Yeah. To be fair, you guys weren't exactly in a position
okay.
to, like, I can see some people knowing about it, simply because they would see it, they were interacting. But you guys also had your own shit to deal with, so
Yeah.
maybe
I
some
mean,
people
at
that
the time,
you
at
didn't
the
even
time,
notice or
At the time, Khmer
It was
Rouge was
complicated.
a good ally, yeah. At the time, Khmer Rouge was a good ally,
there's
but who
that
knows?
too, yeah.
The funny thing about it is
I
that...
also have a funny story. Oh, go on. You should go first.
Also, the funny thing about the Khmer Rouge is that they invaded. So after 4 years of the regime, they decide to invade and strike some skirmish into Vietnamese border out of nowhere, even though we are also socialist / communist. And yeah,
Yeah.
they basically started that whole thing. I could just go over here. Final video, so it happened. So yeah, Cambodia, Khmer Rouge managed, decided to invade Vietnam while half of their population are like starving to death. Bad idea. And then, since us Vietnamese nation finished our war in 1975.
You
We
got a
finished
bit
our
of
war
time
in
to recover.
1975, so we have a lot of veterans in our ranks, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And then the funny thing about this is that China decided to join in and try to cap up a little bit and try to invade our borders too. But just because we decided to retaliate against the Khmer Rouge because they managed to massacre some of our citizens in cold blood during a short period of time, so we decided to invade their ass back. We said we don't really send our veterans fighting against the Khmer Rouge. We only send our recruits in order to handle against the Khmer Rouge. But we basically have like tanks and planes and stuff. Meanwhile, the Khmer Rouge, they don't even have any one of those stuff. They only have like they just managed to like basically ruin their whole economy. They ruined their whole economy. They sold all of their weapons and tanks. They sold all of their food, so all their citizens are like freaking starving. And they have no energy to fight back, let alone invading in the entirety of Vietnam. And when we just marched to Khmer Rouge, basically I wouldn't say a massacre, but a lot of them just like basically surrender outright when we're like showing up with like tanks and planes and stuff. Basically have a functionable armies compared to them. And like bad idea, like what Pol Pot thinking? Like I don't know what he was thinking. It was basically he killed himself with that one. He shot himself in the foot with that one. But
yeah. Should have shot himself earlier, but you know.
Yeah.
I actually that's the funny story that I have regarding Pol Pot. There was apparently, you can find it in archives here, a newspaper article about people helping, because we had a period of reconstruction after World War II with the second Yugoslavia, which was the communist Yugoslavia, and there were people from all over the world, but it's not like there was like a huge amount of people, helping with the reconstruction. And one of them was actually Pol Pot. And there's an article at the time, that was before the Khmer Rouge and everything.
Yeah.
And there's a look at this cool Cambodian kid helping build socialism and learning how to build socialism, which ends up so ironic looking at it afterwards.
So I don't know about that forgot. It's kind of like Ho Chi Minh, I did study about, but maybe it's like the kid at school doesn't learn everything, and Ho Chi Minh is like kind of like a star student for you know, in the class, something like that. But
Yeah. So how's the situation in Vietnam today? How are things? I assume, like, after this war, you guys, as far as I know, you haven't fought any other wars, right? After this one.
Oh yeah, I haven't told you a fact about this. Is that it's like a two-front war. It's like a two-front war.
Yeah.
So the way we managed to defend our country, it's just basically simply enough, China was a bit stupid, and they only send their recruits. And what we did is that we decided to put our veterans to stay back at our northern border to defend against the invading Chinese. But the problem is that the Chinese only send their recruits against Vietnamese borders, and basically a bunch of Chinese recruits who doesn't even know how to fight, and they haven't fought a war for a while. And we have all these hard battered Vietnamese veteran who just basically who just finished with the Vietnamese American War, and then we just basically more experienced, and we handled this like a champ. Basically, it was like a lot of ambush. And hold on, let me show you. There's like a I did see like a movie scene about this. This one right here.
Yeah.
This Chinese point of view when they invaded our border. War crimes. Basically war crimes.
Yeah.
There's a Chinese point of view.
Yeah, they're just getting completely wrecked.
Like the Chinese made a movie about this to humiliate themselves because they were wrecked so hard.
I mean, to be fair, it's probably better to make movies accurately in that sense instead of pretending it's not how it happened. You know?
Yeah. I mean, they made a movie about it just because it's so humiliating somewhat. So yeah, just basically, so the Vietnamese are like camping at the mountain range, and basically we just rained out artillery upon them, and all of that in different choke points.
Yeah.
And basically the field is like covered in like farmland and stuff, and it's hard to spot the ambushing Vietnamese soldiers. I think this movie is gonna describe it well. can barely see it, like, just see them, just in the bush, just shooting at the Chinese generation. But yeah, this was interesting.
Yeah,
indeed.
It is interesting, yeah. I agree.
But yeah. Oh yeah, after this war, we installed like a, like a puppet regime in Cambodia after we finished it. So it turned into like Democratic Republic of Cambodia, something like that. But it was a short while. It was like no longer than 10 years before, before we just, released them, and they just become Republic of Cambodia after that. So yeah, that's what happened.
And that's good. I mean, I think it's good that, like, I don't know much about Cambodia now, but haven't they been able to kind of recover at least somewhat from what happened?
I think they do, yeah. But Pol Pot is kind of like the boogeyman now in Cambodia. It's essentially like Adolf Hitler, but worse. But so yeah.
It's more equivalent, I imagine. For them, Pol Pot is worse, of course, but it's about the same ballpark.
Yeah.
Adolf Hitler may not have killed a quarter of the population of Germany, but he sure killed a whole lot of people. Or, well, his actions killed a whole lot of people still, so, yeah, I mean, this has been cool. Cool to find out, about all of this stuff.
Yeah.
So is this the ending of the presentation again, or is there more?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was about to say. Also, it's really funny when the Vietnamese troop is like invading, quote unquote invading, but we just call it like liberating. We are like liberating Cambodia out of Khmer Rouge. And when us Vietnamese troop arrives, all the Cambodian citizens are like cheering for us and all of that. They were like so suffering under the Pol Pot regime that they're like considering us Vietnamese in quote unquote invading as like liberating from the Pol Pot regime. So yeah, it was really funny.
Yeah, I mean, there's not many other reactions you can have. Like, even if it's quote unquote your own person that's doing the oppression, like at that point it doesn't matter. If someone else liberates you, like, I would be cheering too. Don't get me wrong, I would be cheering too.
I mean, imagine like Winston Churchill. Imagine Winston Churchill invade. Like, that's what we did, right? We did liberate back the German Reich away from the Nazi regime. So kind of like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just gonna skip right to our present culture today. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's go.
So this modern culture is still being known as Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Although the funny thing about our government is that, I think it's my opinion. It's my opinion that a lot of the time, us Vietnamese government is only socialist in name. Like, we have like a period called Đổi mới, which translates to basically means just call it Đổi mới. We have like a period called Đổi mới, and we basically like open our markets, and this was like a period of time where after we liberate ourselves against the American, they did sanction us for like 20 years after after all of that, after the Vietnamese War. So yeah.
Yeah.
And during that period of time after the sanction, there was like a period of time called đổi mới, and there's a lot of changes happen within the countries, like open market, and then it's like open investment, foreign investment in the countries, and basically we start trading with different peoples, and basically a lot of corporations got established, and basically our economy now is kind of like similar to China. It's kind of like capitalist. Yeah, it's like what's the term here? State capitalist. State capitalist.
Yeah, state capitalist. Yes. I mean, state capitalist is more like what the USSR did, because the state was the one doing all of it. Like you don't have the state doing everything, but it's but the capitalist parts of the economy are still kind of it's something like state capitalism, just not quite as how do I put it? Not quite as strongly under control as under the USSR. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, yeah, kinda. So yeah, I don't want to get into politics too much. So
You just told me the overview. I understand. I see the religions, Chinese, American, your religions. Gotcha. Non-religious. That's a pretty nice number. Also, I don't want to keep you up any longer. It feels to me like you're falling asleep. So, so I don't know if you have much more to talk about. Do you?
So the Vietnamese present culture is, so we have like a lot of different stuff, but I'm just gonna like skip most of it. We have outside. This is like a traditional Vietnamese way. We have it's kind of like cheaper from Sinosphere culture. And we also have like different Vietnamese food that was like a lot of them come from like different countries. A lot of them are like original. So for example, chè is kind of like a food that comes from Thailand, and we have like pho, and actually we have a food called bánh mì, which is like it's kind of like a baguette. Bánh mì. I think you heard of bánh mì before. Yeah, it's kind of like this.
And it does look so much like a baguette. It's
influenced by the French culture, yeah. Why they're like occupying. So yeah,
makes sense.
They introduced bánh mì, bread, and there's like stuffing inside it. It's different from a baguette because there's like stuffing inside it, so kind of imagine this kind of like sandwich and baguette, kind of like hybrid.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are the popular food, and also we have religion. Tribal religion. Most of it is like Buddhism, and historically it has been Buddhism with a mix of Confucianism. So yeah, Mahayana Buddhism. Imagine it's like that. It's like that. And during the foreign occupation, we have Christian and Christian being introduced to the mix, and there's some later Muslim left. I don't know what happened to the Hindu peoples, the Japanese Hindu peoples, but probably we don't talk about it.
I don't know. I mean, okay. They could be grouped under the Chinese animist new religions just for ease. I imagine, but besides that, yeah, totally. No. There's no way any of us could
Totally
ever know
nothing
what
happened to
happened to
them.
the Chapati.
Well, they just decide to anonymously joining, to be a part of our country.
Yeah,
Maybe they feel
everything
part
was
of our
peaceful.
country. But yeah, nothing happened to them. I mean, nothing, right? Nothing happened.
No, nothing. Gotcha. It's still pretty interesting religious spread. I imagined it would be a lot more Buddhist, but I see. Yeah. It's so
Yeah,
funny
I think that's too much
because
already.
Europeans are like, oh, we have these diverse countries now. We're like all liberal and like. I live in a country that's like 90% Croat and 95% Catholic, and that is not uncommon here. And it's like, yeah, totally. Totally super diverse.
Yeah.
Like this is way more diverse than what we have.
Yeah, like I said, there's some people in here, Christian, I think like different sect of,
Yes.
it's like different sect of Christianity. So you have Catholics. Most of them are like Catholics, but so I remember like 8%. So there's like a lot of different churches like throughout the years.
Yeah.
But yeah, most of them are Catholics, but some are Protestant and Reformed Church.
Yeah.
So yeah, we call it the online. The online is Protestantism, and I guess the Thiên Chúa, đạo Công giáo là is Catholicism here in Vietnam. Different terms, different forms.
Yeah.
And so about Lunar New Year, which I already talked a bit briefly about, and
I know a tiny bit about it. You already said, but the Lunar New Year is now popular. Not popular. It's now a bit more well known because of gaming. Because there's always events about Lunar New Year.
Yeah, actually,
gaming now.
Actually, different games are like really good ideas and like promote different cultures worldwide, right? For example, every time you're like there's like it's like a stable with a lot of different games when it comes to like separate different kind of events like Christmas, New Year, and Halloween. Those are the Western celebration that's like the most popular. Always have to be Halloween and Christmas.
Yeah.
But then you also have like Lunar New Year, which is a bit of fresh air, It's not just, Western centrism and all of that.
Yeah, we need a bit of sinocentrism, to muddy the waters, to create the, Okay, I'm not gonna continue with that joke. Anyway, yeah, that's cool. Happy New Year. It already passed. I wish I could tell you Happy New Year, but it already passed.
Yeah.
My birthday is on New Year actually, but the regular New Year, not the Lunar New Year.
Hey,
So
that's a good birthday.
yeah, my birthday is January 1st.
Yeah, so you're like a bit younger compared to other people's. Right? A bit older.
Yeah. Okay, go on. Finish up. You sound so sleepy. If you want to end here, that's fine by me. I really think you should get to bed. I've learned a lot, so
It's okay, you need to finish this. So, Yeah, as you said, as I told you before, the traditions, our national dish was,
Yes.
you know, that it was from that, from the civilization. Yeah, they made the
Yes.
tradition of making
remember.
the chung cake, the rice cake, and yeah, as you can see, it's like on this picture. And during
Yes.
every spring, every Lunar New Year, we create this rice cake, and then we use them to basically it's kind of like what's the word here? We bring them out and just what's like the
Yeah.
word where the Aztec do sacrifice? Yes, it's just like sacrifice. I don't know. I forgot the English word. I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah, but-
fine, girl. You can still explain it to me, but I don't. I understand that you want to finish nerding out, but please, if you're so sleepy, it's probably better that you go to sleep. You will be healthier.
It's fine.
You'll be even
We almost
cuter.
finished. We're almost finished. Let's hang on.
Okay.
Jimmy,
Okay. I don't want to
Let me
force
speak.
you or
Jimmy,
anything,
let
but
me
you
talk.
know.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, Lunar New Year is 1 month after the Georgian New Year, which started in
Yep.
February, and it's a Sinosphere tradition. And this
Yeah.
the thing that irks me about Lunar New Year is that for the Westerners, for Americans people, they always call it Chinese New Year. And it's not just China that celebrate this tradition. So there's like China, Korea, Taiwanese people, Vietnamese people, and Singaporeans. And to some certain degrees, Malaysian people as well. So it's not just China who celebrate Chinese Lunar New Year.
Yeah, I know. I call it Lunar New Year myself because of that. I believe if you know the VTuber Bao the Whale, she had, and she's Vietnamese from what I know, she once tweeted it with the Chinese New Year name, and that caused a controversy for her.
Yeah, because the problem is that I guess some people, like Chinese people, really want to call it Chinese New Year just because of their nationalism, and I guess because they invented this whole thing and all of that. But yeah, and then other people, like other Westerners people, they cannot call it Lunar New Year just because they don't want to upset the Chinese peoples, or maybe they just don't know any better.
Well, it can be both, yeah.
Oh yeah, Leather.
Yeah.
Hey, I haven't seen you talking in my chat before, so I have been lurking on my stream and watching my content. Thank you for supporting my content.
Hi Ronsky, and hi
I'm
Zaman.
about to go, I know. I'm so
Ronsky is
sleepy.
one of my chatters, so...
I see.
I do hope he likes your stuff. You should subscribe.
Yeah, boss. I have to finish
Subscribe or
nerding out.
else.
Subscribe now! Oh yes, I'm in the stream right now. Okay, so what happened during Lunar New Year is that there's a tradition called we exchange each other lucky money. So think of it like actually it is exactly like Christmas. It's exactly like Christmas when the parents give the children, and they can exchange gift and all that. It's kind of like that, but instead it's just us exchanging like money straight up. We don't buy gift, but we just exchange it. We just give each other money. Yeah, and I guess that's a little bit more direct. Yeah, and you can use the money for anything you want. I mean, the first gift is funny. Oh, who could have said no, right?
I mean, it's kind of a bit more honest. At least it's like, yeah, okay. Whether you like this gift or not, I don't. Like, it's easiest to just be like, yeah, here's money for you. You just get what you want. It's honest. It's simple. I like it.
Bluesky 2 joined there on Twitch.
Hey, thank you, Bluesky 2, for following my Twitch channel. Enjoy your 2 free emotes as you followed. Thank you so much. Hey, what your locals? Follow my Twitch channel. Thank you so much. Hey, it's worth it to extend this stream length. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay, so not just lucky anyway. So during Lunar New Year, we also visit our relatives, and during the Lunar New Year, also it's kind of like Thanksgiving. Yeah, it's kind of like a mixture between different celebrations. Now that I think about it, it's kind of like Thanksgiving, where we kind of get the family together to have like a feast. And yeah, we have prepared like a bánh, our traditional food, as you can see with the rice cake. So we gather ourselves together and have a feast, kind of like that.
Yeah.
And we also pray to our ancestors with our food and all that to remember our death. And it's a part of Vietnamese religion. It's part of Mahayana Buddhism. Our Mahayana Buddhism religion. So basically, it's a mixture of Buddhism and Confucianism idea. So basically, how it was that so for Buddhism, sorry. We believe there's like an afterlife after we die, and kind of like Christians believe in heaven and hell, but instead, in Mahayana Buddhism, there's no heaven. There's no heaven. So instead of heaven, if somebody do good in their life, they would reincarnate themselves. So there's like different tiers of reincarnation. So if you're like extraordinary good, you can reincarnate yourself to be another human in your next life. But if you're like not that good enough, or you committed some sin in your life, then you would reincarnate into like different animals or insects and stuff like that. So basically, not as good as a life compared to like reincarnated as like humans. But yeah, if you only use your life doing evil things, then karma will get to you, and you get sent into hell. So yeah, what are you about to say?
I have a question. How bad do I have to be to avoid going into hell, but end up reincarnating as a dragon?
Well, for dragons, I imagine the dragons would be a lot more holier than human to be reincarnated as human, right? So basically,
Oh no,
you have to
I
be
have to be pure. I
you
have
need
to be say so.
a saint.
Say, oh no.
In order to be
No.
reincarnated as a human dragon. Yeah.
Oh boy. Okay, go on, sorry. I just had a silly question I wanted to ask.
Yeah. So yeah, also we have a thing called so when our soul gets sent away, I don't really know if they get sent to hell, they would just reincarnate into somebody else. So what we do is that we have an altar. So in a lot of Vietnamese home, if we follow Buddhist, we have an altar to commemorate the death in our ancestors. So it's it's people in our family line. For example, my grandpa just passed away recently, so he's gonna be going up in the altar, in our family's altar. So yearly. So during yearly, if our soul just passed away, we have to basically do a lot of offerings. Oh yeah, the word is offering. We do have to do a lot of food offerings to our dead relatives, so that they can basically their soul can came and have a feast with all the food offerings. After we offer our food, we don't really get it to waste, don't we? We just pretend that they already have their share, have their little share, just little soul numbering on the food. But yeah, this kind of the food is kind of separate into different realms. There's the spiritual realm, and then there's our reality realm. So you're basically eating together with our dead relatives in a way, by us, offering the food to our altar, basically. And then yearly we have to, offer those kind of food. Since my grandpa just passed away, so the problem is that when dead people pass away, their soul is kind of still lingering in our mortal realm. And we have to wait for a while until the soul is kind of pacified, and either they could go to hell, or they will be, every soul gonna go to hell first.
Yeah.
Actually, every soul gonna go to hell first, and then when they get to hell, they would get administrated by the people's, the death god in the, kind of like the Grim Reaper of the Buddhist hell realm. And he would decide who will reincarnate into who. This person, so the Grim Reaper be there, be like, this guy do good in his life. Oh yeah, you gotta be a human. This guy, he committed some sin. He's still being a good fella overall, though. Get him to be a pig. But this guy, oh my god, this guy have been a criminal for his whole life. You better spend your eternity running in hell, buddy. So yeah, basically, that's what happened in the hell realm.
I get it. So you have Calliope Mori being your Grim Reaper, right? Just Vietnamese, right?
Just the other one, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, when
I do think it's a lovely tradition what you guys do for your deceased family members. It's a lovely tradition.
Yeah. Thank you for also feeling that way, yeah. So, yeah, my grandpa just died recently, so his soul is still lingering around our place, so we have to exercise, and basically we have to tell him that he should go to hell, where everything will be taken care of. And so, during our day-to-day, we still have to do food offerings so that he still have something to, eat. Why his food is still like lingering around.
Yeah.
How to exercise the dead souls. So yeah, all the monks have to exercise his soul so that his soul would go to hell in order to do their thing, basically. Okay, so
I'm sure he'll be fine. I'm sure he'll be fine.
yeah, I'm sure. He does a lot of good in his life. I'm pretty sure he'll get reincarnated into a human again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I haven't finished editing this colorism page. But yeah, colorism is
I can look this up a bit later. I am curious about. I did want to ask you later to write me how specifically it's called. I can look this up on my own because I feel like I will. It's not that I don't want to hear you talk about it, but it's again, it's very late, and I'm very curious about it. So
I'm not gonna say anything about it either, but there's like a video, there's like a short video that is like really good about colorism. So I'm just gonna show you this video.
yeah, let's watch it.
Cao Dai, a captivating syncretistic religion, emerged in Vietnam in 1926.
Oh, can you hear the sound?
Yes, I can hear it.
Amalgamating elements from Buddhism, Christianity, Taoism, Confucianism, and Spiritism. The term Cao Dai translates to high tower, symbolizing the supreme deity, revered through a unique practice involving a divine eye. The religion's pantheon is a melting pot of diverse figures, including Buddha,
Yeah, it's a type of culture
and
between
historical icons like Joan of Arc
different
and
icons.
Victor Hugo.
That's very
Advocating peace and
interesting.
interfaith understanding, Cao Dai asserts that all
Victor
religions
Hugo?
have a divine origin, whether
Yeah, it's a hybrid between like different religion and in Cao Dai they teach a lot about like historical figures and stories
Okay,
about them, kind of like Christianity in a way.
This is a cool summary. But I really like Ronsky also said we should get to the bottom of this ASAP. I'm binging videos about this
Yeah,
later.
let's go.
This was awesome.
Yeah, it's also original. So we invented this
Yeah.
just because of the mix between Catholicism and Buddhism in our country. It gives birth to this religion, and that's like a holy see in training. Yeah, you can read about a bit about the holy see. It's in the southern region, so yeah, there's also an holy see for all the Vietnamese people living in America. So that's interesting.
Oh, that is cool. Yeah, that is very cool.
So yeah, even the church, look at that. Even the church kind of look like, with the Eastern architecture, with the Vietnamese architecture and stuff. That's really cool, right?
Yeah, it's so cool. It looks like God. I wish. Something that I've been complaining about is that like modern churches just look way too freaking modern. Like I would love to see this. Yeah, modern churches here because I've seen like I would much rather see shit like this. Like that's beautiful. Like goddamn.
It is
Actually, is that the swear?
Yeah, let me
But yeah,
see.
I'm so looking at that later. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, it's the other side. I mean, I could talk more about like other topics, but yeah, it's late.
Don't worry, I've still
We don't
learned
have
a
the time
lot.
for this.
Thank you for the stream.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk today, so that I can note
course.
my country history and culture. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
I learned a lot. I will prepare a proper Croatian history lesson for you.
Yeah, I also don't
I don't
know.
know. But you're tired. I'm hungry. So
I'm tired
maybe we
and
should-
hungry. My God, I'm
Yes,
suffering.
both. That's fair. So, yeah, maybe we should say our goodbyes for now with the stream. Like, I would be fine going on, but it's 9 p.m. for me. It's like 3 a.m. for you. Like, you should sleep. So, yeah. I think I'll say goodbye first, and then you can say goodbye to your chat. So that we are, so that we're not confusing. So, yes, it was fun. Yes, it was very fun. Thank you, Mod. You've been a good
It's fun
listener,
talking to
and
you.
you guys. Thank you everyone who's joined, who's subscribed to Iceling, Iceling. I believe that's how I should say. Is it Iceling? And thank you to for listening to us, for listening to her talk about like all of these things, and to my silly questions and comments. So it was lovely to be here, and yeah, goodbye to everyone, and we'll talk more. We'll figure out the date for the other stream, and yes, thank you for the shout out, Zaon, and I'll see everyone, next time.
See you.
So,
Peace out,
yes,
nuts.
bye-bye. Yes, peace out. Bye-bye.
See you. Okay, I'm just gonna do my intro. Outro. Okay. You guys enjoyed my history lesson? It's about time I end the show though. Let me check your chat. Oh gosh, my throat is so dry. This talking. Please to the nurse. Hi. And yeah, shout out to Kahana for collabing with today. Oh yeah, right, let's go race some bitch. My god, my voice right now is like so bad. I'm so tired. Let's go race some bitch. Oh yeah, one of my Vtuber friend right here, Black Girl Gaming. So tired. He's playing Phasmophobia. Let's go. Virgo Gaming. Let's go, people. Let's go. Show him some love. Thanks for watching. Everyone can rate me on Twitch. Go on to my Twitch and rate. Alright. Thanks for watching, bunnies. Like, comment, and subscribe. You don't want to miss a live stream? Turn on notification by clicking on the bell icon. Or you can join my Discord and you let know when I'm live. Link is on the description down below. It's amazing to make you upload my video. Whether it be video quality, mic quality, stream quality, me quality, anything at all. Just let me know down in the comments. If you like to support me, and you can subscribe to my Twitch channel, and you can support to set up my emotes, along with different perks like ad free, and donate another % or more on my Discord. That's about it for me. There, and thank you all for coming today. This stream has been really fun. Thank you for having Savvy, Mod, Taylor, of course, Bluesky too. Hello, Mr. Man. Sino Marco. Arados. Oh yeah, thanks for the raid, by the way, Arados. Sosoro. Stracy. And Yuraman. That's everyone. Alright. Thank you guys all for coming for the day. I'll see you all next time.
You damn mind right
And
now?
I can't reset this time.